The desert stretched 4 miles under the bruised sky of New Mexico. Nothing moved. Not the wind. Not even the sand. Captain Daniel Cole leaned against his jeep, watching the horizon fade into the heat. He'd been sent here on orders sealed in red wax. The telegram was short, cryptic. Recover all material before local law enforcement arrives. No witnesses, no. But he figured it would be another routine crash site. A weather balloon? Maybe. But when he reached the coordinates, he found soldiers already waiting. Their faces were pale, their eyes darting toward the shadows as if expecting something to jump out. The wreckage lay half buried in the dust. It shimmered faintly, like it was holding the reflection of another sky. The fragments were curved, not torn. Smooth, as if they had grown that way. Cole knelt and touched a piece. It vibrated like a heartbeat. Warm, alive. The sergeant nearby swallowed hard. "Sir," he stammered. "We tried cutting one open. It healed itself." Cole stared. He didn't believe in ghosts, but this was getting pretty close. He gave the order. "Load everything onto the trucks, lock it down, and speak to no one." Night fell quickly. The convoy drove across the empty plains. The only sound, the rumble of tires, and the whisper of the wind. Then, headlights appeared behind them. A single black car, keeping a perfect distance. No license plate, no military markings. Cole slowed. The car slowed. He stopped completely. The car stopped, too. He stepped out, dust curling around his boots. The black car's door opened slowly. 2 men in identical suits stepped out. Their faces were pale, almost waxy in the starlight. The taller one spoke first, his voice smooth. "Good evening, Captain Cole. You will hand over the cargo." Cole froze. "Who authorized this?" The man smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Authority is a fragile word, Captain. We prefer... ... discretion." Cole's hand moved to his sidearm. The shorter man just tilted his head. "That won't be necessary." And then, everything went white. When Cole woke, he was back in his jeep. The trucks were gone. The men were gone. Even the road looked different. He checked his watch. 6 hours had vanished. He drove to the nearest outpost and filed a report. No one believed him. There were no records of the mission. No telegram, no wreckage, no witnesses. It was as if it never happened. That night, he dreamed of a black car moving without sound through the desert. 2 figures standing under the stars, watching him. The next morning, new orders arrived, effective immediately. Report to Groom Lake, Nevada. No details, no explanation. Cole drove west for 2 days, through the empty highways of America, across ghost towns, and under silent power lines. When he arrived at Groom Lake, the base barely existed. Just a few buildings, a single runway, and the smell of oil and dust. A man in a gray uniform greeted him. "You'll be working under Colonel Marks. Follow me." The colonel was waiting inside a hangar so large it swallowed sound, and in the center of the floor, floating, was a craft. Silver and silent. The air around it trembled like heat rising from asphalt. Cole stared. It was the same metal, the same impossible curves, the same hum he felt beneath his skin. The colonel watched him carefully. "You recognize it, don't you?" Cole nodded slowly. "Where did it come from?" The colonel didn't answer. Instead, he said, "You'll start with material analysis tomorrow. No written reports, everything verbal. You understand?" Cole didn't, but he nodded anyway. Days turned into weeks. He studied the fragments under microscopes, ran heat tests, radiation scans. Nothing made sense. The material reacted like it was thinking. When he stared at it for too long, it seemed to change shape, like it was remembering something. Sometimes, he caught flashes in its reflection. Not his face, other faces. strange places. One evening, leaving the lab, he saw them again. Two men in black suits, standing by the hangar doors, the same two from the desert. They hadn't aged a day. The taller one smiled faintly. "Good evening, Captain. We meet again." Cole's voice shook. "Who are you?" The man's smile widened. "We're here to keep the world steady." The shorter one spoke next. "The question you should ask isn't asterisk. Who asterisk? We are. It's asterisk. Why asterisk? You can see us." Cole blinked. When he opened his eyes, the hangar was empty. That night, he tried to write everything down, but each time he finished a line, the words rearranged themselves, letters sliding like liquid across the page. He tore the paper up and burned it. Sleep didn't come easily after that. When it did, it brought visions. Lights descending over cities, humanoid figures standing in cornfields, a voice whispering through static, "Asterisk, you are not alone." Asterisk, the next morning, his supervisor found him asleep at his desk. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Cole just smiled weakly. "Maybe I have." Later that day, he received a visitor, a woman in a dark coat and sunglasses. She said she worked for a classified branch of intelligence research. She asked him about his dreams, about the voices. He asked how she knew. She said they'd been monitoring him since Roswell. She told him something strange. Every person who touched that wreckage heard the same hum in their sleep, and every one of them vanished within a year. She handed him a card. It was blank. It was blank. When he tilted it toward the light, faint letters appeared. MIB before he could ask what it meant. She was gone. Cole began keeping a secret journal, hidden behind a loose panel in his quarters. Every night, he wrote what he remembered, and every morning, half the words were missing. In March 1951, the facility expanded. New hangars, new labs, more security. He wasn't allowed to speak to anyone outside his division. Rumors spread. Some said the project was shutting down. Others said it was just beginning. One night, alarms went off, sirens echoing through the tunnels. Cole ran toward the noise and saw the impossible. The craft had powered itself on. It was floating higher, lights pulsing across its surface like breathing skin. Soldiers surrounded it, the colonel shouting orders, but no one dared to fire. The lights grew brighter. Then, all the power on the base went out. Darkness swallowed everything. Cole heard the hum again, louder this time. It filled his chest, his head, his thoughts. He heard words forming inside the noise. Asterisk, we gave you fire. You built gauges instead. Asterisk, then silence. When the lights came back, the craft was inert. The soldiers, unconscious. Time itself felt heavier. Somehow, like the air had thickened. The next day, all reports of the incident were destroyed. The colonel acted as if nothing had happened, but Cole knew something had changed. The hum was gone, replaced by a quiet dread. A week later, he found a note under his pillow, typed on plain paper. You have been chosen for reassignment. Do not resist. He tried to leave the base that night. The guards stopped him at the gate. They said they had no record of his clearance, no record of him at all. He was escorted back to his quarters. Inside, the two men were waiting. The taller one spoke softly. Daniel, you've done well. The time has come to step fully into the dark. Cole's hands trembled. What are you people? The man smiled. We are the line between order and chaos, between truth and madness. We are the reason the stars keep their secrets. He took a small metallic device from his coat. It looked like a pen. He raised it slowly. Cole shielded his eyes, but the flash still burned white through his skull. When his vision cleared, he was standing in a new uniform. Black suit, black tie, mirror-polished shoes. He looked at his reflection in the window. He didn't recognize the man staring back. The taller agent nodded once. Welcome to the program. The shorter one added, you won't remember this conversation. You'll remember only your duty. Cole asked quietly, what is my duty? The taller agent stepped closer, to protect the world from the truth. Outside, the desert wind shifted, carrying sand like smoke across the night. Above them, the stars blinked as if signaling to one another. Cole turned toward the darkness of the hangar. The craft rested silently once again, its surface reflecting the black suits of the men who now guarded it. In the distance, thunder rolled across the horizon. But there were no clouds, only light, moving far beyond the edge of sight. And that was the night the world changed. That was the night the men in black were born. The world kept turning. Newsman still talked about weather balloons and radar errors, but under the desert, a new world was forming. A world built on silence. Daniel Cole woke before dawn each day. No clocks, no sunrise, only the hum of machines and filtered air. The corridors of Groom Lake stretched endlessly, lit by pale blue lamps that never flickered. Every door looked the same. Every badge, the same gray. He couldn't tell the days apart anymore. He worked in Section 9 now, the place everyone called the Vault. No files left that room. No voices were raised there. Only whispers, always whispers. Across the lab stood a chamber of glass as tall as a house. Inside, a sphere floated, suspended by nothing. The scientists called it the Kernel. To Cole, it looked like liquid metal trapped in a dream. When he approached, it rippled gently, as though recognizing him. He remembered the words of the shadow figure. "We are the witnesses. You must prepare." He had written a phrase in his secret notebook, hidden in the lining of his uniform sleeve. Every few nights, he read it again, wondering if he had imagined the voice. The men in black still appeared without sound. 2, sometimes 3, always immaculate. They never used names. They inspected instruments, murmured to the colonel, then left. People said they reported to nobody, that even Washington didn't know who they were. One evening, the colonel summoned Cole to the observation deck. Below, the colonel pulsed, brighter than usual. Patterns of light, flickering like heartbeat rhythms. "What do you see?" the colonel asked. Cole hesitated. "It's responding to something, maybe thought waves, maybe sound." The colonel turned to him with tired eyes. "It's responding to memory," he said quietly. "Yours." Cole felt the floor tilt under his feet. The colonel handed him a tablet covered with strange glyphs. "We decoded a fragment of signal from the sphere last night. It repeated one name, Daniel Cole." That night, Cole couldn't sleep. He lay on his bunk staring at the ceiling vents, listening to the slow exhale of the ventilation. Was it possible the object remembered him, or that it had placed something inside his mind during the contact? The next morning, alarms rang for the first time since the program began. Lights flashed crimson through the corridors, doors sealed automatically. Cole ran toward the vault. Through the glass, he saw the colonel, expanding like a breathing lung. Energy arced against the containment field. The scientists shouted coordinates. Static burst through the Then, just as suddenly, silence. The sphere shrank again, calm and silver. When the smoke cleared, a figure stood where the sphere had been. Small, luminous, featureless. Its outline shimmered as if made of light underwater. No one moved. The men in black entered without urgency, eyes fixed on the being. One raised a hand and spoke a word Cole couldn't understand. The figure collapsed into mist and was gone. Afterward, the colonel told everyone to sign new confidentiality forms. No record of the incident would exist. Cole noticed his hands shaking when he tried to write his name. Later that week, he was transferred to an underground city they called Base Epsilon, a deeper level, carved directly into the rock. He had never imagined such a scale. Miles of corridors lined with tanks, cryogenic pods, archives, glowing faint blue. He saw entire aircraft stored in darkness, designs decades beyond anything outside. Here he met Dr. Catherine Wells, a linguist from Oxford, brought in to study the glyphs. Her accent was soft, but her eyes were sharp. She told him the symbols weren't written language, but resonant patterns meant to be heard. She had recorded them through vibration sensors. When played back at low frequency, the sound could alter electrical signals, almost like hypnosis. They began testing the tones on scrap metal from the crash. Each time, the fragments relined into perfect geometric shapes. Cole watched in awe as triangles folded themselves into spheres. It was as though the pieces were trying to become whole again. One night, Dr. Wells showed him an audio spectrogram. Hidden in the pattern was a faint image, a star map, and a sequence of pulses that looked eerily like heartbeats. She whispered that maybe the signal was alive, searching for something that had been separated. Maybe for him, the men in black appeared during their fourth test. They stood behind the glass, motionless. The taller one finally spoke. "You are reaching beyond the permitted threshold. Turn it off." Dr. Wells refused. For the first time, someone had disobeyed them. She increased the volume. The air trembled. Every screen flashed symbols. Cole felt pressure behind his eyes as the colonel's voice filled his head. "Remember the promise." Then, darkness again. He woke in the infirmary 2 days later. Dr. Wells was gone. Her quarters empty. Her name erased from every roster. A man in black sat beside his bed. "We told you boundaries exist for a reason," Said calmly. "The world above depends on order. Your task is to maintain that order," Cole whispered. "Where is she?" The man only smiled. "Some people leave before the story ends." Weeks passed before Cole returned to work. The vault was sealed now. New security clearances required retinal scans. He was assigned instead to analyze transmissions from orbit. Strange, repeating signals near Jupiter's orbit. Low frequency, structured like speech. At first, he thought they were reflections of Earth broadcasts. But the timing was impossible. Each message began exactly 19 hours apart. Always the same opening tone, the one Dr. Wells had discovered. He sent a report. No reply. The next day, he found a small black card under his pillow, embossed with a symbol he had never seen. Below it, a single line. "Meet us at the northern tunnel." Midnight he went. The tunnel was empty except for a maintenance light. He waited, hearing only the drip of condensation from overhead pipes. Then the air thickened. The taller man in black appeared from the darkness. "We warned you, Agent Cole." Agent, it was the first time they had called him that. The man extended a thin metal device. Inside was a photograph of Dr. Wells. She was standing on a platform beside the colonel, her eyes calm, almost serene. "She chose to join the other side," the man said. "We are preparing you for that possibility." "What side, Cole?" "Ask it." The man tilted his head, the one that keeps balanced when worlds collide. And then he vanished. No door, no sound. Only the echo of those words remained. That night, Cole opened his hidden notebook. He read every line he had written since Roswell. Dates blurred into each other. People appeared and vanished, but one sentence pulsed in his mind like an echo. "You must prepare." He walked back to the hangar. No guard stopped him. The air smelled faintly of ozone. The sphere had returned, floating in the containment chamber. Its light was softer now, like the glow of moonlight through fog. He placed his hand against the glass. The vibration greeted him instantly. Rhythmic, almost affectionate. A wave of memory flooded through him. Faces, stars, equations. The moment of first contact, and beneath it all, the unmistakable sense that the sphere was alive. It spoke again inside his mind. "They fear what they do not understand, but you remember." He saw flashes of cities beneath alien skies, towers made of light, 1,000 voices blending into one harmonic tone. Then he saw the men in black themselves, their faces shifting like reflections, not men at all, but projections. Constructs built from human templates. Custodians. The vision faded. The hum slowed. Cole stepped back, trembling. A siren wailed somewhere far above. The corridor lights turned crimson again. He realized the system had detected unauthorized access. He ran toward the lift, but found it sealed. Footsteps echoed behind him. 2 silhouettes in black emerged from the smoke. No words this time. One raised a device, a flash of white. When sight returned, he was standing outside in the desert night. Stars wheeled overhead. The base was gone, replaced by an empty stretch of sand as if nothing had ever existed. His Jeep waited with keys in the ignition. He climbed inside, the engine idling smoothly. On the passenger seat lay a file marked the silent program phase 2. He flipped it open. Inside were pages of coordinates, names of cities, and one final instruction handwritten in black ink. Find the others. He looked toward the horizon where dawn began to burn pale over the dunes. The wind carried the faintest trace of that familiar hum. The same hum he had heard since Roswell. He knew now it would never stop. Cole started the engine and drove east. Behind him, the desert swallowed the tracks almost instantly. Ahead, the first light of a new day glimmered like the surface of another world, and somewhere deep beneath that silent sand, the men in black watched, recording, waiting, preparing for the next contact. The night stretched beyond measure, a velvet ocean of quiet sound. Daniel Cole sat alone inside his car. Headlights dimmed, the road before him swallowed by the horizon. He had been driving for hours with no music, no company, only the faint pulse that trembled through the receiver on the seat beside him. The signal came every night at the same time, 3 minutes past 3. Always the same hour, always the same rhythm. It wasn't a voice, not really. More like a pattern carved into the air, a whisper that didn't travel through speakers or wires, but through space itself. He could feel it rather than hear it, as if the hum had learned to speak directly to his bones. He stopped the engine and waited. The desert wind moved softly across the sand, brushing the vehicle like invisible hands. His eyes followed the sky, dark and endless, each star blinking in slow patterns, each one a possibility. When the world was this quiet, imagination could turn into memory. Then it came again. A pulse, a rhythm. 3 beats, pause. 2 beats, pause. 1. The pattern of an echo. Daniel leaned closer to the receiver. The static rose, a tide of sound, trying to form words. He felt his pulse match it. He whispered, without knowing why, "I'm listening." The signal cracked, reshaped itself, and through the noise came something faint, a phrase that felt older than language, not gone. Waiting. The mirror opens again. Daniel's hands trembled slightly. He pressed record on his small device. Log entry. Echo 3. The pattern repeats exactly 7 days after initial contact. Signal origin remains undetermined. He hesitated, then added quietly, "It feels alive." The hum continued for a few seconds more, then faded back into nothing. The silence afterward was heavier than sound. He turned off the recorder, opened his notebook, and drew a circle. The same shape that had appeared on the previous recordings. A perfect ring of static. He wrote, beneath it, "Echoes remember what voices forget." Outside, the wind had stopped entirely. Even the insects were silent. The desert seemed to hold its breath. He stepped out of the car, boots crunching softly against the sand. The moon was full, low, and pale, lighting the vast emptiness in silver. In the distance, the outline of an old observatory rose from the earth like a fossil. That was where he needed to go. He walked toward it slowly. The air grew colder. Every step seemed to bring him closer to something both ancient and unfinished. The hum returned, this time not through the device, but through the ground itself. It was like walking on the surface of a sleeping giant. The closer he came to the observatory, the brighter the moonlight became, until the structure glowed like a monument built for forgotten gods. The doors were rusted, but they opened with one push. Inside, the air smelled of dust and time. The machinery was gone, stripped long ago, yet the walls hummed faintly a resonance that vibrated in tune with his heartbeat. He raised the recorder again. Echo 3 continued. The site reacts to the signal, possibly a receiver, not a source. The hum shifted tone. A line of light formed on the far wall. Slowly it grew, turning into a circle. Symbols began to appear inside the ring. Lines and shapes moving like reflections on water. Daniel reached out. The surface was warm. As he touched it, the hum deepened, and the light filled the room like dawn arriving too early. He heard a voice come, distant and layered. You followed well. The message was not meant for one, but for all who still listen. He froze. The air around him rippled, bending light into motion. For a moment, he saw the reflection of another placed vast halls of mirrored glass. Figures walking in silence, light bending around them like fabric. The voice continued. The signal you follow is not from above. It is a reflection from below. The world remembers through its echoes. The glow faded, leaving only a faint trace of warmth on his palm. He looked down and realized his watch had stopped again at 3:03 a.m. Daniel whispered, "If this is memory, whose memory is it?" The silence that followed felt like an answer. He stepped back, toward the door, but the desert outside had changed. The stars seemed closer now, brighter, like eyes opening for the first time. A low vibration rolled through the sand, soft and endless. He looked toward the horizon and saw it, a figure, standing perfectly still. Not approaching, not moving away. Simply there. Its outline was blurred, as if the night itself had folded around it. It wore no visible color, no face, no name, but even from a distance, Daniel knew it was aware of him. He raised the recorder once more. Unidentified observer. Distance approximately 70 meters. No visible features. The receiver on his belt flickered to life. The signal pulsed again, matching the rhythm of his breath. The figure lifted a hand slowly. The static turned into a voice through the receiver. "You are hearing yourself. The reflection speaks when the original forgets." Daniel stepped closer without realizing it. "What are you?" The figure didn't answer directly. "We stand where sound becomes memory. What you call signal is what your world once was." The air sparkled and danced. The outline flickered and then vanished, dissolving into thin light. Daniel stood alone, the receiver silent again. He turned toward the car, heart still steady, mind racing. He didn't know what the message meant, but he knew it was spreading. He could feel it not only in the air but in the very silence between thoughts. Back in the vehicle, he opened his notebook and wrote carefully. Echo pattern confirmed. Origin possibly earthbound. Reflection, theory consistent. Contact made. He closed the notebook and started the engine. The compass spun wildly before settling north again, the same direction as before. Hours passed as he drove deeper into the valley, where the land folded like pages of an unread book. The hum returned faintly, steady now, like it was guiding him somewhere. The road ended near an empty lake bed, its surface dry and cracked under the moonlight. He stepped out and walked to the center. The ground shimmered faintly, as though it remembered being water. He stood there and waited. The air began to vibrate, the cracks in the ground filled with light soft, white, and endless. Then the light formed shapes, circles intersecting, turning slowly until they became mirrors reflecting nothing. The hum swelled, wrapping around him like a low song. He closed his eyes. When he opened them, he was standing not in the valley but inside the reflection of it. Every sound was reversed. Every shadow moved opposite to the stars. It was still Earth, but a memory of it. He heard the same voice again, now closer, clearer. You opened the mirror. You listened when others closed their eyes. The echoes lead forward, but also back. Daniel tried to speak, but no sound came out. The air here didn't carry words, only tucks. Images formed, instead memories. Not his own. A city of light floating above oceans of mist. Figures in long coats standing before windows that looked into time. Symbols repeating endlessly on glass. The voice grew softer. We are not gone. Only hidden by the noise your world created. You will find others who remember. When the echo completes, the bridge will open. The reflection rippled. Daniel felt his body pulled gently backward. Weightless, soundless. Then, like a breath being exhaled, he was back in the empty lake bed. Stars above him again, wind moving across the sand. The hum faded. His receiver stopped glowing. The world returned to silence. He looked down at the ground. In the sand, faintly burning, was the same circle, the symbol that had appeared on the wall inside the observatory. He knelt and touched it. It was cold now, no longer light, just an imprint, he whispered. The reflection speaks when the world forgets. He rose and turned toward the horizon. Somewhere far behind him, the observatory lights flickered one last time, like a signal completing its cycle. Daniel climbed back into his car. The dawn was beginning, thin gold, bleeding across the edge of the world. He didn't feel tired, only calm, as if the signal had taken the weight of thought from him, leaving only clarity. He pressed record again. Final entry for Echo 3. Contact made. Message received. The mirror exists. It listens. The next transmission will come at 3:03 tomorrow night. He paused, then added, for anyone still awake, keep listening. The night is not silent. It never was. It never was. He turned off the recorder. The sun rose, and somewhere deep beneath the valley, the echo answered a single pulse, quiet and patient, waiting for the next listener to arrive. The night returned with its quiet promise. The desert was behind me now, but the hum remained. It lived somewhere between the air and my heartbeat. I drove north, following nothing but instinct and the faint rhythm that kept calling me forward. The coordinates had led me to a valley called Mirror Lake, a place so old that maps no longer carried its name. I don't remember entering the town nearby, though I must have stopped for fuel. All I recall is the stillness, no music, no conversation, just the wind sighing across long, empty roads. The sun was beginning to fall when I reached the first sign of water. A silver surface stretched ahead, perfectly still, reflecting the last light of day. It wasn't truly a lake anymore. Half the water had evaporated decades ago. What remained looked like a sheet of glass, smooth and endless, mirroring the fading sky. I parked near the edge and stepped out. The evening air was colder here, heavy with the scent of minerals and silence. Every sound seemed to vanish before it reached the surface. It was as if the world held its breath at the water's edge. I walked closer, my boots crunching softly against cracked stone. My reflection met me halfway. For a moment, I couldn't tell which version of myself was standing still and which was moving. Then the hum began again. Low, steady, familiar. It rippled across the water like breath upon glass. I knelt and placed the receiver on the ground. The small light on its surface flickered once, twice, then stabilized. I switched it on. Static filled the air, soft and steady, a whisper threading through the twilight. Echo 4 initiated. Source located. Signal repeating. I paused. The words weren't mine. The device had spoken first. I watched the reflection of the sky turn darker. Clouds drifted in slow motion above me, and the stars began to appear perfectly doubled in the lake below. I could not tell where heaven ended and water began. Then the signal changed. The hum rose an octave, forming a rhythm that sounded almost human. And from the far side of the lake, lights began to appear, small at first, 10 brighter like lanterns waking beneath the surface. I stood motionless. The lights moved in patterns, forming circles, symbols, and lines of motion that mirrored the drawings in my notebook. They pulsed in time with the beat of the receiver. I whispered to myself, the reflection is responding. The air thickened. I felt a vibration underfoot, faint but continuous, as though something ancient stirred beneath the dry bed. Then a voice, soft, layered, impossible to locate, drifted across the water. The bridge opens through memory, not through sight. I turned in a slow circle. The shoreline was empty. No one stood near me. Yet the voice was clear, calm, almost gentle. You followed the echoes. You remembered the pattern. You arrived where sound becomes light. I raised the recorder. Who are you? The water shimmered. My reflection blurred, stretched, then split into several overlapping images. Each one of them mouthed my question, a half-second apart. Who are you? You. The sound faded into the wind. Then, without warning, one reflection stepped forward. It moved while I remained still. My breath caught as my mirror self raised a hand. A wave spread outward across the water, glowing faintly blue where it touched the surface. "You are the listener," the voice said, "but every listener becomes the source." I stumbled back a step. The surface of the lake trembled, turning from mirror to mist. Shapes began to emerge: towers, doorways, a skyline of faint light just beneath the water. It was like looking into another world, one built directly under my feet. I felt the same pull I had known inside the observatory, that quiet invitation that was not command, not threat, only choice. I took a breath. 10 can out. Again. "If this is memory," I whispered, "then show me what we forgot." The lake answered. The light intensified. A column of brightness rose slowly from the center, silent, smooth, spinning like a spiral of glass. At its base, patterns formed, the same symbols from the observatory wall, from my notebook, from every place the echo had reached. I walked closer until my boots touched the water. It didn't feel wet. It felt like air thickened into substance, like walking through a dream before waking. The light around me shifted color: silver to blue, blue to white. Then I was no longer at the edge. I was standing on the surface itself, weightless yet solid, surrounded by reflections that rippled outward but never broke. Rometta looked down. The reflection beneath me was not my own. It was a city, a vast network of structures built from light, stretching into darkness. Every building pulsed in rhythm with the hum. "This is where memory sleeps," the voice said. "The world above remembers only fragments. The rest lies here, beneath reflection." I turned slowly, eyes wide. "Why me?" "Because you still listen." I thought of all the years I had spent chasing signals no one else could hear. The nights of static, the endless skepticism, the quiet obsession that had cost me almost everything. And now, here in the silence of Mirror Lake, the answer waited like an open door. "What happens when the echo completes?" I asked. The reflection brightened, and for a moment, I saw something move within it. Tall figures, walking through corridors of glass, their faces hidden behind smooth, mirrored veils. The same presence I had sensed near the observatory. The same beings who appeared at the edges of every forgotten story. "Completion is not the end," the voice said softly. "It is remembrance. When the echo becomes whole, the shadows above awaken." My mind filled with images: distant cities under stormlight, towers flashing like beacons, people looking to the sky as if waiting for something they had once known. I saw reflections in every window, in every pool of rain, moving slightly out of time with the people above them. "They've been here all along," I murmured. "Always," the voice replied. "They learned to move between sight and sound, between the heartbeat of the world and its silence." The light around me began to dim. The city below faded back into mist. I felt gravity return. The surface softened, and I stepped backward to the solid edge once more. Behind me, the receiver beeped softly, a single tone repeating 3 times. "Primera." Look down. The display now showed a new sequence of numbers, blinking in rhythm with the pulse. Coordinates. Not far from here. I reached for my notebook and wrote them down quickly before the light faded from the screen. Then I heard footsteps behind me, slow, deliberate, crunching softly on stone. I turned. A silhouette stood near the car toll, motionless, dressed in the quiet colors of shadow. I could not see the face, only the faint glint where eyes should be. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then the stranger spoke, his voice calm, neutral, almost gentle. "You found the reflection." I stayed silent. "Not many reach this far," the figure continued. "The world prefers noise to memory." The words carried no threat, only certainty. I managed a single question. "Who are you?" The stranger tilted his head slightly, a reflection of what you will become. Then the light from the lake flared once, blindingly bright, and when it faded, the figure was gone. Only the footprints remained, leading toward the valley and disappearing into the sand. I exhaled slowly, the hum soft again, returning to its original rhythm. 3 beats. Pause. 2 beats. Pause. 1. I closed my notebook and looked back at the lake. The water had turned perfectly still. No glow, no pulse, only reflection. I spoke quietly, recording the words into the night. Echo 4 complete. The mirror is real, it responds. There is another signal waiting north. I will follow. I placed the recorder beside me, sat on the cool stone, and looked at the stars. The horizon shimmered faintly, as if the world were breathing in its sleep. Somewhere deep below the surface, I thought I heard the faintest whisper of laughter, not cruel, just knowing. The wind shifted. A single shooting star crossed the sky, its reflection tracing the same path beneath the lake. For one endless moment, the two streaks of light were identical, as if the sky and its reflection were shaking hands across time. I smiled faintly. Whatever waited ahead, I was no longer afraid. The echoes were growing clearer, and soon the world would begin to hear them too. I whispered into the recorder one last time before turning it off. End of log, Echo 4. Listening continues. The device clicked softly, the night deepened, and across the silent valley, the hum began again, patient, rhythmic, eternal, carrying the promise of the next signal waiting just beyond the dawn. The morning came without a sound, no birdsong, no rustling wind, just a steady, low hum, like a heartbeat buried deep beneath the ground. I drove through the empty hills, my eyes fixed on the coordinates glowing faintly on my receiver. The world felt paused, caught somewhere between waking and dreaming. The desert light had softened into a muted gray, making it impossible to tell if it was dawn or dusk. It didn't matter anymore. The signal led me north, down a stretch of cracked highway that hadn't seen travelers in years. Faded signs leaned at odd angles, pointing to towns that no longer existed on any map. But then, just beyond a turn marked by a half-buried milestone, something new appeared, or maybe something that had been there all along, just waiting to be seen. A city. It wasn't large or bright, but it was utterly silent. It looked like a place built long ago and then forgotten by time itself. Its streets were straight, its buildings low, and its colors as pale as dust. There was no movement, no smoke, no sound. Just a quiet grid of memory under a vast, empty sky. I parked the car at the edge of the town and stepped out. The sound of my own footsteps echoed far too loudly. It felt as if even the air was holding its breath, listening. I walked slowly, my eyes scanning every shadow. The windows of the buildings were all intact, yet behind the glass, nothing stirred. It was as if every person had simply stepped away a moment ago and never returned. I passed a shop front, its letters faded beyond reading. I saw a cafe with cups still resting on tables, untouched by weather or time. Near the center of the main square stood a statue, a tall figure in a long coat, its face smoothed away by erosion, its hands outstretched toward the horizon. The plaque at its base was completely blank. I pulled out my recorder and whispered into it. Coordinates match location. Settlement unknown, abandoned, but perfectly preserved. Condition impossible to explain. I paused the recording and listened. The hum was stronger here. It resonated through the metal and glass, through the very soles of my boots. It wasn't loud, but it was everywhere. I followed the sound to a narrow street lined with what looked like old communication poles. Each one was capped with a small, black disc, not a satellite dish, not an antenna, something much older. I reached up and brushed my fingers against the surface of one. I froze. It was warm. Not the warmth of the sun, but an alive warmth. I quickly stepped back. The hum deepened. The air around me seemed to shimmer, and then, faintly, like a whisper passing through solid stone, a voice emerged. You should not have come alone. I turned sharply, searching the empty street. There was no one, but the voice continued, calm and clear. The city remembers those who listen and those who forget. I raised the recorder again. Identify yourself. There was no response, only the echo of my own voice bouncing off the walls, softer and slower with each repetition. I kept walking, recorder still running. With every few steps, the hum changed pitch, forming distinct patterns, like a coded language. The rhythm was identical to the signals from the lake. 3 beats, a pause, 2 beats, a pause, then 1. I stopped at a crossroads. In the middle stood a single, old-fashioned phone booth. The glass was unbroken, the door slightly ajar. A faint, soft light glowed from within. I hesitated for a moment, then pushed the door open. The hum grew louder, vibrating the floor beneath my feet. I picked up the receiver. At first, there was only static. Then, a voice faint, distorted, but definitely human. Echo 4 acknowledged. Transfer initiating. Do not resist. I froze, my hand gripping the receiver. Who is this? No answer. Only that rhythmic pulse again, softer now, as if it was syncing with my own heartbeat. I tried to pull the receiver away from my ear, but my hand wouldn't move. It was locked in place. The light inside the booth flickered, and the glass around me began to change. It no longer reflected my face, but dozens of others, overlapping and blurred, all staring outward. What are you doing to me? I demanded. Remembering, the voice said gently, the reflection needs a source. A surge of energy pulsed through the phone line. My vision blurred, not from pain but from something else. Entirely a shifting of place, of time. The street outside wavered, turning liquid, the buildings dissolving into complex patterns of light. Then, complete silence. When I opened my eyes, the phone booth was gone. I was standing in the same square, but the city was no longer empty. People moved all around me, silent figures dressed in muted colors, their motions smooth, almost synchronized. They didn't look at me, but I could feel their awareness. A collective consciousness focused on my presence. My heart was pounding. "Hello," I called out. No one replied. They just continued their slow movements, walking, carrying things, turning corners, all in perfect rhythm with the hum that filled the air. I noticed each one wore small, mirrored lenses over their eyes, catching the dim light and scattering it in soft, hypnotic flashes. Then I realized it. The hum wasn't just in the air. It was coming from them. They moved with it, as though the sound itself guided their every breath. I approached one figure, a woman standing beside a fountain that no longer flowed. Her reflection in the dry water basin moved a half-second before she did. I stared, a mix of fascination and unease creeping over me. "Can you hear me?" The woman tilted her head slightly, as if she was considering my question. Then, without speaking, she raised her hand and pointed toward the far end of the square. There, in the shadow of an old tower, stood a dark archway, circular, and rimmed with the same faint glow I had seen at Mirror Lake. I nodded slowly. "You want me to go there?" She didn't move, but her reflection in the basin smelled a slow, knowing curve that never reached her real face. I took a deep breath and started walking toward the archway. Wheat hedge step. The air felt denser, heavier, filled with an unseen vibration. The hum built again into that familiar pattern, low and steady. When I reached the arch, my receiver lit up. The screen displayed a single line of text, Echo 5, gateway signal active. A low tone followed, pulsing once every few seconds. I glanced back. The people in the square had all stopped moving. Every single head was turned toward me in perfect, silent unisson. Hundreds of mirrored eyes caught the dim light, all reflecting the image of me, standing beneath the arch. The silence deepened until I could hear my own pulse drumming in my ears. Then, faintly, another voice emerged, different from before, clearer and older. "We built this place to contain memory. But memory grew." I turned slowly, searching for the source. No one near me had moved. "Who are you?" I asked. "A caretaker," the voice replied. "One of many. We listen for the echoes of those who remember." What is this city? A record. A dream that refuses to fade. The tone of my receiver quickened, now matching the rhythm of the hum. I looked at it again, and realized the device wasn't just displaying light. It was projecting something, a faint, holographic map, circular and layered with symbols. Some were familiar, others completely unreadable. At the very center of the map pulsed a single point of light, flashing in the same pattern I had seen in the lake, the same coordinates repeating across every signal I tracked. "This is where the reflections meet," the voice explained. "Every signal is a doorway, every listener a bridge." My mind was racing, trying to connect the pieces. "You're saying there are others like me?" "Many. Most forget what they find. Some remember. You were chosen because you refused to stop listening." The hum became almost melodic now, rising and falling like waves on a shore. I felt weightless, surrounded by sound and light. The air shimmered, and the city shifted between solid stone and translucent glass, between the present and a deep, resonant memory. I spoke softly into my recorder. "Echo 5 active. City responsive. Contact confirmed." Then, from within the archway, a figure stepped forward, tall, calm, wearing the same kind of dark suit as the stranger I'd seen near the lake. But this time the face was visible and it was hauntingly familiar. It was my own. The reflection smiled faintly. "Welcome home, Daniel." I froze, staring at the impossible sight before me. "What are you?" I whispered. "What you become?" he replied, "when the echoes align." My reflection raised its hand, and the light from the arch expanded outward, swallowing the square in a wave of pure radiance. The people vanished. The city dissolved into beams and dust, and for one moment I felt myself split between two worlds, one of stone and silence, the other of light and memory. The hum reached its peak, then softened again into a gentle calm. The brightness faded. I was standing once more on the empty street. The phone booth was back. The statue remained, but now, the plaque at its base bore words faint, engraved and glowing softly in the dusk, to those who listened and found the reflection within. I exhaled slowly. The receiver in my hand blinked one more time, showing a new signal. The next destination. The North Line. I turned toward the horizon. The last light of evening stretched long shadows across the silent city. Somewhere beneath the hum, a faint melody began to play, like the echo of a lullaby half remembered from childhood. I smiled faintly. End of log. Echo 5. The city speaks. I will keep listening. The wind carried my words away, blending them with the soft, rhythmic pulse of the earth, and far beyond the hills, something listened back. The world had grown colder, not just in temperature, but in memory. Each mile north felt like a slow descent into an echo of itself, the landscape quieter, the sky dimmer, the spaces between sound growing longer. Daniel Cole drove 4 hours through a mist that clung to the road like an unspoken thought. The receiver sat on the dashboard, its light pulsing steadily, a heartbeat guiding him toward a place that, according to every map, no longer existed. The coordinates ended at an old freight terminal, long abandoned, half buried beneath snow and silence. He arrived just before dusk. The ash shimmered with frost, and the wind moved through broken windows like a whisper repeating old words. He parked beside a rusted sign that read North Line Terminal 14, its letters half faded by years of cold. Beyond it stretched a maze of rail tracks, all leading into darkness, tunnels carved into the side of a mountain, their mouths wide and waiting. The hum returned. Low, rhythmic, steady. It vibrated through the metal rails, turning the ground into a quiet instrument. Daniel lifted the receiver. "Echo 6 signal active," he said softly. The device replied in faint static, then a tone, 3 long pulses, 2 short, 1 long. The same pattern, always the same. He entered the terminal. Inside, the light was thin and blue, filtering through dust like the last breath of day. Old ticket counters stood empty. Benches were covered in a thin layer of frost, and a single clock hung above the main platform, its hands frozen at 12-0-7. He walked slowly along the platform, every step echoing down the hollow hall. The receiver's light grew brighter near the tunnel entrance. He aimed its beam into the dark, but the light didn't reach far. The air itself seemed to absorb it. A faint vibration ran through the rail beneath his foot. Then another, like distant footsteps made of thunder.
Hello?
His voice came back to him, stretched and warped by distance. For a moment, he thought he heard another voice answer not in words, but in a tone matching the rhythm of his breath. He followed the track into the tunnel. The air grew heavy, filled with the scent of iron and damp stone. The hum deepened until it was almost music, low enough to feel rather than hear. After several minutes, the receiver displayed new words across its screen. Echo 6, transmission point near. Stand by. A light flickered ahead vent, blue, pulsing in sync with the signal. He moved toward it. The tunnel opened into a wide underground chamber. Rusting locomotives rested on parallel rails, their surfaces covered in frost. Each one bore a small circular emblem, half hidden beneath each a symbol of concentric rings, intersected by a single line. He brushed the frost away from one of them and froze. The inner circle wasn't engraved. It was glass, and beneath the glass, a faint light moved like a heartbeat. The hum aligned perfectly with it. The trains went dead. They were listening. Daniel stepped back, awe and unease mingling in his chest. You're still alive, he whispered. As if in answer, every emblem in the chamber flickered. A wave of pale light rippled across the rows of locomotives. The hum synchronized, rising into a steady drone that filled the space like a choir of machines breathing in unison. He raised the recorder. Echo 6, subsurface resonance active. Machinery responsive, purpose unknown. The air thickened. Mist swirled near the ceiling. Then, from between two of the trains, a soft light appeared, not mechanical this time, but organic, pulsing slowly, almost like a living heart. Daniel moved closer. The glow came from an old service door, slightly open, revealing a corridor descending deeper underground. He hesitated, then stepped inside. The passage sloped downward. The walls changed from concrete to smooth metallic panels covered with faintly glowing lines. The hum here was different, higher, almost melodic, like the song of something dreaming beneath the earth. Halfway down, the receiver vibrated violently. Its screen flashed. Caution, field interference. He switched it off, but the light continued to glow on its own, mapping the path ahead. The corridor ended at a circular room filled with a soft blue radiance. In the center stood a single rail Cosmo, sleek, untouched by time. Its doors were open, waiting. Daniel approached. The interior was pristine, glowing faintly with the same light as the walls. No seats, no control panel, just a long smooth surface, and a single symbol etched into the floor. The same emblem again, rings within rings, intersected by one straight line. He stepped inside. The door closed silently behind him. The hum grew louder. The floor beneath his feet began to move. Not forward, downward. He realized the car wasn't on tracks. It was descending, slowly, through layers of stone and silence. A faint mist surrounded him, cool and weightless, filled with drifting points of light like fragments of stars. Echo 6, he whispered, beginning descent. A voice responded, soft, familiar, echoing within his mind rather than his ears. You followed the reflection through air and water. Now you follow it through stone. He closed his eyes. Who are you? We are the ones who listen beneath, the keepers of the forgotten signal. What is the purpose of all this? To remind the world that silence also speaks. The car slowed. The mist cleared. When the doors opened, Daniel found himself standing in an enormous cavern lit by pale crystalline structures. Each crystal pulsed gently, sending waves of light across the smooth walls. At the far end stood a huge machine, half buried, ancient, yet still alive. Its surface shimmered like metal and water combined. He walked toward it. The closer he came, the more his reflection multiplied across its surface, hundreds of versions of himself, each slightly out of sync. Some smiled, some turned away. Some watched him with quiet curiosity. Is this the source? One of them, the voice said. Every signal has a heart. This one beats for the world above. The machine responded to his presence. A circle of light formed in its center, expanding outward until it became a mirror of pure energy. Within it, Daniel saw a fleeting image of cities asleep under clouds, oceans glimmering with hidden light, people looking at their own reflections without realizing they were being watched back. They don't know, he whispered. They were never meant to. Until now. The circle brightened. A beam of soft light reached out and touched his chest. He felt warmth spread through him. Not painful, but absolute. As if memory itself was being rewritten with clarity. Voices filled the air, layered, harmonious, speaking in rhythms rather than words. They told stories of watchers who listened from beneath the earth, of reflections that protected the waking world by hiding its dreams. They spoke of a pattern older than any map, repeated through stars, oceans, and human thought. Then, suddenly, the hum ceased. The silence was immense. In it, Daniel heard his own breathing slow, steady, alive. Why me? He asked again. Because you chose to hear when others chose to sleep. The beam faded. The machine dimmed, but a mark remained on the ground where the light had touched a symbol glowing faintly, identical to the one inside the car. Daniel knelt and traced it with his fingers. It pulsed once, then released a new set of coordinates across his receiver's screen. The text read Echo 7, the Horizon Archive. He looked up. What is that? Where the first reflection began. The light within the cavern began to fade. He turned back toward the car. The door opened silently, waiting. As he stepped inside, he looked once more at the great machine. Its final pulse resonated through the chamber like the slow exhale of something ancient returning to rest. The car rose upward, retracing its path through stone and mist. When it emerged back into the tunnel, night had fallen outside. Snow drifted gently across the tracks. He stepped out, the receiver still glowing softly in his hand. The terminal looked unchanged, quiet, abandoned, frozen in time. Yet the air felt different, lighter, as though the world had been subtly rewritten in his absence. He raised the recorder. Echo 6, complete. Source located beneath the North Line. Contact achieved. Awaiting next coordinates. He paused, then added softly. The world isn't empty, it's just full of things waiting to be remembered. The wind moved through the tunnels, carrying his voice into the dark. For a moment, he thought he heard the faintest reply, not words, just a soft tone matching his heartbeat. He smiled faintly, closed the recorder, and began walking toward the horizon once more. The storm had been moving for 3 days without pause. Wind howled over the frozen ridges like 1,000 whispering mouths, twisting snow into walls of shifting white. Somewhere beneath that endless motion, half buried under ice, a single metal tower hummed faintly against the roar. It was not meant to be found. Not anymore. Miles from the nearest satellite path, deeper than most pilots dared to fly, stood Relay 09, a forgotten outpost once belonging to a government division that had never existed on paper. Its antennas reached upward, crusted with frost, blinking in intervals that no storm could hide. Every few hours, it sent a pulse on inaudible frequency that touched nothing and yet reached everything. Inside the relay, the temperature was barely survivable. Condensation hung in the air like misted glass. The walls were thick with frost. The corridors lit only by emergency lights that pulsed a sickly blue. Monitors blinked and faded. Their screens burned with static symbols, half code, half memory. Dr. Alara Quinn stood before the main console, her breath forming ghosts that rose and vanished. Her hands trembled, not from the cold, but from recognition. The signals she'd traced from the London Observatory had led her here across oceans, across silence, across what her colleagues had called fiction. She had thought it was just interference, a feedback loop from solar flares, but the frequency was too deliberate. The intervals too precise. It matched a pattern buried inside the earliest Men in Black communication ciphers from 1952, the year the first modern encounter had supposedly ended. On the screen before her, The relay logs scrolled endlessly in green text. No timestamps. No operator ID. Just a repeating message. Archive still open. She took off one glove and touched the metal panel. The hum beneath her fingers was alive, vibrating like a low heartbeat. For a moment, she felt it echo through her chest, syncing with her pulse, like two metronomes falling into rhythm. Her radio crackled. Static. Then a voice. Male. Distorted. Dr. Doc Quinn. Step away from the console. She froze. The transmission was local. That meant someone else was here. At the far end of the corridor, a figure in a black parka stood motionless. The face was hidden behind a visor that reflected her own image back at her. The voice came again. Filtered.com. Maintenance protocol. You shouldn't be here. She recognized the tone before the words finished, flat, courteous, detached, exactly like the interviews described them. The men in black. The figure moved closer, soundless. Despite the crunch of snow underfoot, Alara stepped back toward the console, her breath sharp. This relay was decommissioned 30 years ago, she said. Who gave you clearance? It never closed. He stopped beside her, the visor catching the flicker of the monitor. Behind the glass, for an instant, she thought she saw her own face, reflected twice, one living, one frozen mid-blink. The man tilted his head, studying her. Then who? Lights flickered in rhythm's 3 short pulses. 1 long, 3 short again. Morse code, the old pattern, dot. SOS. Alara's eyes widened. Someone's transmitting distress, not someone, the figure said quietly. Something. The lights went out. Only the blue beacon outside remained, blinking through the frost-covered window. When they returned, the man was gone. In his place lay a single silver coin, half melted, stamped with the year 1961 and a triangle emblem she had only ever seen in old classified photos. She picked it up. It was warm. Hours passed. Alara remained by the console, replaying every sound the relay had emitted. One pulse pattern repeated itself faintly beneath the Noise-an embedded subfrequency that wasn't visible to the instruments. She adjusted the modulation manually. A deeper tone emerged, slow and rhythmic. It wasn't random. It was language. A voice began to form beneath the static.female.soft. Almost human, archive channel active, awaiting coordinates. Alara stared at the monitor, heart pounding. This is Dr. Alara Quinn, Relay 9. Identify yourself. Identification not required. You open the channel. Who am I speaking to? Echo Protocol. Continuation of contact line. Dormant. 93 years. Alara leaned closer. What contact line? Project Mirror. Her breath caught. That project name hadn't appeared in any modern archive. It had been redacted from all UFO case studies decades ago. She had only seen it once, mentioned in the private diary of Agent Hollis, a vanished operative. You're using human speech, she said. Are you? Human. A pause. Then we were. Once. The monitors flared white. Images blinked in rapid sequence faces. Places. Rooms filled with light. The reflection of a man touching a mirror. A woman watching from the other side. Cities folding into themselves like paper. And a single phrase repeated in each frame. They never left. Alara stepped back, shielding her eyes. When the light faded, the console displayed new coordinates, latitude and longitude deep within the Arctic shelf. A frozen trench that no map recognized. Beneath it, one more line appeared. Retrieve the key. Before they do, her radio burst alive again. Dr. Quinn, said a calm voice. This is Director Hayes. Your signal just reappeared on the grid. What have you done? I opened a channel, she said. There's something beneath the ice. You need to leave that station immediately. The last team that went looking, none of them came back. Why? What's there? Silence. Then, you've awakened the relay. The line went dead. By morning, the storm had cleared. The landscape stretched endless and blinding under pale sunlight. Elara packed what she could: thermal gear, signal logs. The Koinen set out toward the coordinates on a snowcrawler. Each mile felt heavier. The compass needle twisted unnaturally, spinning without direction. The temperature sensors fluctuated, though the air remained still. Something in the field ahead distorted the horizon like heat haze in the cold. She stopped when the crawler's engine sputtered and died. The ground beneath her cracked faintly, revealing a thin line of faint blue light beneath the snow. It pulsed like a heartbeat. She followed the line on foot, breath steaming in the silent air, until the snow gave way to a glassy ridge. Through it, deep below the ice, she saw movement shapes gliding slowly in the dark, too structured to be natural. Buildings, or something older. Her earpiece hissed softly, then a whisper. "Welcome back." Elara turned no one, only the endless white. The voice continued, closer now, overlapping with her own heartbeat. "You kept the signal alive. That's why we remember you." She fell to her knees as the light beneath the ice grew brighter, spreading outward in concentric circles. The air filled with a low vibration, a sound too deep to be heard, only felt. It wrapped around her like pressure from within the bones. The horizon fractured. The light rose, and from the center of the frozen trench, a tower of glass and metal began to emerge slowly, silently, shedding ice-like skin. Its surface shimmered with mirrored symbols identical to the Relaz log interface. The hum became a pulse, the pulse a rhythm, and the rhythm a voice. Archive restored. Elara stepped forward, snow crunching beneath her boots. She reached out toward the structure, her reflection multiplying 1,000 times across its mirrored walls. Each reflection moved slightly out of sync, some slower, some faster, some not at all. "What are you?" she whispered. "Continuation," it replied. "We preserve what was lost. Memory.thought. Form. What? Who created you?" The same hands that erased us. The wind began to rise again, snow spiraling upward instead of down. She felt the coin in her pocket vibrating. When she took it out, its surface glowed faintly and split into two rotating halves, aligning like a compass. The needle pointed directly toward the tower's base. There, half buried in the ice, she saw a sealed door metal, circular, marked with the same triangle sigil. As she approached, the reflections in the tower began to fade, one by one, until only hers remained. Then that one blinked hand didn't stop. The door opened soundlessly. Warm air flowed out, carrying a faint centozone, metal, and something older. A staircase descended into the light. Her radio clicked again. Another voicemail. Clear. Human this time. Dr. If you can hear this, do not enter. That is not a structure. It's a recorder. Who is this? She asked. Egan Hollis, or what's left of him. Her knees weakened. Hollis had disappeared in 1961. He couldn't be alive. The radio continued, distorted by interference. They built the archives to contain us. Every thought, every echo, every witness. Don't let it record you too. Static swallowed the rest. Elara stared down the glowing stairs. At the bottom, shadows moved fluid and graceful, like reflections of people who'd forgotten how to be solid. She felt them watching, waiting. Her breath slowed. Her pulse matched the hum, and for a moment, she understood. The relay had never been a transmitter. It had been a door. She stepped forward. The light closed behind her. The world outside the archive had the sleepy confusion of a city not yet fully awake. Morning mist soughed the streets into pools of silver. Inside a narrow flat, above a closed bookshop, Dr. Elara Quinn sat with the coin from Relay 09 resting on the table like a quiet animal. She hadn't slept since the tower rose from the ice. Sleep felt risky. as if a deep dream might swallow something important and not return it. Across the ocean, Daniel Cole was driving, hands steady on the wheel, the receiver warm against his thigh. He had followed the coordinates the relay had given him, mapping them against every scrap of old operative data he could find. A name repeated across logs and censored pages. Hollis, Aja Hollis, had vanished in 1961. That single ghost had threaded through every station that still hummed. Ilara switched on the archived player she had salvaged from Relay 09's console. The file labels were simple and brittle. Dates, short codes, voices peeled like fruit. She pressed play and let the room fill with the soft hiss of an old recording. A voice came through low, fatigued and distant. "This is Hollis. November 3rd. If anyone finds this, listen, they have learned to file everything as light. They build rooms of it." The recording belonged to a man who sounded older than his file photo. He described corridors that reflected like water, a place that kept faces as if preserving photographs of living things. He said the archive was hungry for witness, and hungry in a way that made shadows lean toward it. Ilara paused the tape and felt the coin in her palm hum faintly. She had no illusions about what they were up against. The relay was not a single machine. It was a network, a web of listening points that conserved patterns and then built echo rooms from them. They took memory in order to keep something else quiet. She pulled up the encrypted index she had been given in a risky exchange with a contact at a private archive in London. Names scrolled until one stopped her thumb. A cluster flagged as sleeper files. Each entry was a person who had vanished, reappeared, or remembered wrong professionals, with fragmented timelines and impossible gaps in their lives. The list read like a census of lost things. Her phone vibrated. A message from Cole appeared. Found a lead in London Glassworks. Hollis left notes there. "Can you get a feed of the sleeper files?" She typed back an address and a short sentence. "Meet me in 2 days. Bring the coin. Bring proof." She hit send and felt the machine buzz on her palm as if in approval. London smelled faintly of rain and frying oil when she arrived at the glassworks. The place had once been a factory for practical objects windows. Bottles, but someone had turned it into an archive. They called it the Vault of Looking because the old owners had used polished glass to store light and then lock it behind panes. Now, the panes held recordings. The doors opened for her with a clink of metal and breath. Inside the vault, the air was cool and smelled of metal and old paper. Shelves rose in tidy ranks, and inside each case a piece of recorded life glimmered like trapped moths. One case held a woman's laugh, another a child's footstep as a bright frozen wave in time, and in the corner, a reel marked Hollis' legacy. A man in a thin coat led her past the cases to a small viewing room. He wore gloves and spoke in a quiet voice that respected the things on the shelves. He didn't look like an archivist, so much as a caretaker for fragile dreams. He placed the reel on the player, and the room came alive in a circle of light. Hollis's voice returned, this time clearer, recorded on a Sunday morning in a room that smelled of tea. He spoke of an experiment they had called Project Mirror and the test rooms that became instruments. He admitted fear and tones made a resignation. He had recorded his last free minutes because he thought the archive might not be content to only record. He suspected it might begin to ask for witnesses. Ilara watched images bloom on the slow screen. Faces of watchers. Faces of watchers. Watchers. One image caught her, a woman in profile who tilted her head as if listening to a faraway murmur. Her name was not printed on any reel, but the coin in Ilara's pocket warmed again, and the woman's eyes in the footage seemed, for one fraction, to meet hers. When the lights returned, Daniel was in the doorway. He had the worn look of someone who had not slept either. For a moment, they only looked at each other. Solid people in a soft room of representations. Did Hollis leave anything else? Ilara? Husk it. Daniel slid a folded page across the table. It was an old drawing, an arrangement of circles, inside circles. A symbol whose geometry she recognized from the relay log. Into margin, a note in Hollis's hand read. Sleepers wake in mirror time. Ilara's throat tightened. Mirror time sounded like a technical term translated by someone who had been on the wrong side of a clock. They spent the next hours playing spool after spool, recording after recording. The files compiled a slow narrative. Small groups of people who had reported memory echoes. Towns that remembered events out of order. reflections that performed actions before their originals acted. One reel told of a woman waking up, speaking a language she had never learned. Another recounted a child who dreamed of a city underwater and woke with the coordinates on the back of his hand. All of it pointed to the same machinery. Rooms built to store experience, machines that converted memory to light, and light back to architecture. And through each recording, a single phrase threaded like a watermark. They never left. At the bottom of one shelf, they found a file labeled Sleeper Index. There was a list of names and dates and places, and beside each name a symbol. Some were triangles, others concentric rings, all connected by a fine line. A map of memory points. Under it, a comment in Hollis's hand. Do not let the archive finish its accounting. Ilara's hands shook as she copied the list into her device. Daniel sat back and ran one hand through his hair, exhausted and lucid. We need a team. Esaid simply. A team that understands both the tech and how to keep a person from becoming a file. Ilara nodded slowly. She had just started waking the archives, and already something else had noticed. Who's on it? She asked. Daniel named the people he had already found through old case notes and chance context linguists who understood resonant patterns. An exoperator who knew how to walk past the watchers without seeming to be noticed. A young coder who could patch old relay code so it would lie. He ended the list with one name that made Ilara pause. Hollis, she asked. Daniel met her eyes. Hollis is more than a name in a file now. The reels show him, but in pieces. We need to find the rest so we can speak as a whole. Outside the vault, rain began again, falling in a sound that could be mistaken for soft applause. They packed quickly, certain now that the sleeper files were not only records to be read but people to be rescued. The plan was dangerous and simple and full of small chances. Collect the names, visit the places on the map, give them the coin when it helps. Wherever memory had been folded wrong, they would pry it open and try to return what the archive had stolen. They did not know yet how the archive would respond, whether it would defend itself as a living system or simply close and wait like an animal that had been disturbed. They only knew it wanted witnesses, and it would learn to produce them if it had to. Ilara picked up the coin and felt its warm seam under her thumb. It had brought her to the relay and to the vault of looking, and it hummed now like a small machine rejoicing. She slid it into her pocket and looked at Daniel. He looked very tired and very ready. Tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow, he agreed. They left the vault into the rain, two figures under a single umbrella, the city pouring reflections into their path. Behind them, shelves of captured life waited for the next visitor to become a passage. And far beneath the ice, the tower of glass continued to breathe. It had found them, and it was learning the sound of their footsteps. The rain in London had the steady rhythm of a machine trying to remember how to breathe. In the glassworks district, streetlights swayed like tall metro, their reflections trembling across puddles that turned the pavement into pools of dark mercury. Dr. Ilara Quinn walked alongside Daniel Cole, her coat drawn close, the map of the sleeper files glowing faintly on her handheld. Each dot marked a place where memory had fractured and then repaired itself in impossible ways. They had followed the trail from the vault of looking to an address printed on the margin of Hollis S. Sketch Mirren and Sons Glass Refinery. Esta 1892, the building still stood, its smokestacks hollow and silent, its windows black from soot and time. Ilara paused at the main gate. The padlock had been broken recently. Someone's been inside, she murmured. Daniel adjusted the receiver hanging from his shoulder, or still is. They stepped through. Inside, the air was cold enough to bite. Rows of glass sheets leaned against the walls, some cracked, some warped by heat. The floor was powdered with centuries of dust except for a narrow path that had been cleared, a clean corridor leading toward the back. Their footsteps echoed in sync until Ilara stopped short. Look, she said. The mirrors. Hundreds of them, large sheets mounted on steel frames, arranged in perfect rows facing one another so the reflections multiplied into endless corridors of dim silver. But the strangest part, the glass was breathing. A slow pulse shimmered across its surface, subtle and rhythmic, as if something behind it exhaled every few seconds. Daniel raised the receiver. Static. Then a faint voice-fractured syllables buried in the white noise. Light. Remember, return. Same frequency as the relay, he whispered. Elara stepped closer to one mirror and lifted her flashlight. Her reflection stared back, tense eyes dark with sleeplessness. But behind her image, deeper in the reflection, another silhouette lingered slightly out of sync. A few seconds late, like a video delayed by poor signal. When she moved her hand, the figure followed but slower, its motion dripping through time. She froze. That's not me. Daniel aimed his light at another mirror. A man's reflection stared back, but the mirrored version smiled faintly, while the real Daniel did not. The grin was patient, almost kind, but its eyes were wrung too bright to knowing. The mirrors were not just reflecting light. They were recording presence and replaying fragments of whoever had stood before them long ago. Hollis had mentioned this. They built rooms of light. A mechanical hum deepened in the floor. The mirrors vibrated gently, as if tuning to an unseen signal. Elara, Daniel said softly. I think they're waking. They began to move quickly between aisles, recording everything on Elara's device. Each mirror flickered to life as they passed, revealing scenes layered over their own reflections, different eras, different people. One mirror showed a woman in a 1940s laboratory, hair pinned neatly, adjusting the dials on a transmitter. Another showed a man in military uniform staring through binoculars into nothingness. Others displayed cityscape streets that didn't exist anymore, towers that had never been built, faces that looked into the camera as if aware of the watcher. Then came one that made Elara stop cold. In the dim silver depth stood Halisor, something like him, older than in his last recording, his face half-lit, eyes steady on the viewer. He spoke without sound, but his lips formed a phrase she could read. They're on both sides now. The mirror flickered. 10 went dark. A crash echoed from deeper in the refinery. Daniel swung his flashlight toward the sound. One of the back doors had opened on its own, creaking slowly, the hinges squealing like something unwilling to move. Cold air poured in from the corridor beyond. They followed, cautious, lights cutting through the dark. The passage led downward, a freight lift shaft turned staircase, metal stairs slicked with condensation. A tebat on the walls gleamed with moisture and faintly with reflected light. They emerged into a chamber larger than the building above, circular, lined with black glass that curved like the inside of a giant lens. In the center stood a console, not modern, but operational, cables still alive with a weak pulse of current. Elara wiped the surface and found a single word etched into the metal art. Next to it, a numeric keypad glowed faintly. Her eyes caught a pattern familiar from Hollis. S notes 3 concentric circles, and a dot in the middle. She pressed the center. The chamber brightened, walls shimmering to life. Dozens of faces appeared, projected as if from within the glass. They were speaking, whispering, remembering voices overlapping like waves. Daniel pressed his hand against one panel. The glass rippled under his touch, and for a moment his reflection split into two, one slightly behind the other, lagging a heartbeat. The echo reflection blinked once, then whispered a sentence he hadn't spoken aloud. He already left this place once. Daniel stepped back, breath shallow. Elara was staring at a different section. Among the floating images, she recognized one face herself, recorded days ago inside the vault of looking. She was looking down at the same coin she held now. In the recording, Se looked up directly at the real Elara and spoke. The mirrors remember differently. Don't trust what speaks first. Then the image faded. Her knees weakened. It wasn't playback, it was prediction. The chamber lights flickered red. From the mirror walls, faint human shapes began to separate, outlines made of dust and light, forming step by step like projections, gaining depth. Each shape took on features of the faces in the glass: old, young, male, female, half-transparent, all breathing shallowly, reflections walking out of their frames. Daniel reached for his sidearm, though it was useless against whatever these were. Elara shook her head. Don't move, they mirror motion. The figures advanced slowly, matching their movements in reversed symmetry. When Elara raised her hand gently, one of them mirrored eye palm to palm through invisible glass. The figure whispered something, a voice too faint to parse, but full of sorrow, like wind through an abandoned hallway. Then its form collapsed back into light. The others followed, fading one by one, until only a low hum remained. The mirrors dimmed to their original silver. Ilara's handheld beeped a data. Overload warning. The sensors had captured a full spectrum of frequencies, far beyond human vocal range. Daniel exhaled slowly. Whatever this was, it's learning. Ilara nodded, and it remembers what it learns. They climbed back up toward the main floor. The rain outside had turned heavier, thunder rolling distantly. When they reached the entrance, a figure stood under the awning, tall, motionless, wearing a black suit that gleamed faintly in the streetlight. A man in black. The figure didn't move as they approached. The air felt too still, the noise of rain muted around him. Ilara recognized the old-style hat, the expression that was neither friendly nor hostile, simply observant, like a living recorder. He spoke first, voice even, devoid of accent. "You shouldn't have opened the mirrors." Daniel tightened his grip on the receiver. "You people abandoned these sites decades ago." The man tilted his head slightly. "We never abandon, we reposition." He extended a gloved hand. In his palm lay another coin, identical to Ilara's, but marked with a different symbol, an inverted triangle inside the circles. "This one's tuned for retrieval," he said. "You've begun a process that cannot end without balance." Ilara's heartbeat slowed to a crawl. "What happens if we stop?" The man's faint smile returned. "The reflections will seek their own exit." He placed the coin on the hood of a car, turned, and walked away into the rain, dissolving between pools of shadow like smoke caught in wind. Ilara stood still, the rain soaking into her coat, the new coin glimmering like a living pulse. Daniel looked at her. "Do we trust him?" "No," she said softly, "but we might need what he left behind." She pocketed the coin beside the first one. Both coins vibrated in unison, their hums syncing, creating a low tone that resonated through her bones. Somewhere deep beneath the glassworks, the mirrors hummed back. That night, in their rented room near the river, Ilara couldn't sleep. She placed the coins on the table, side by side, and turned off the light. In the dark, their surfaces reflected a faint glow that expanded into thin beams across the wall, two circles of pale silver that slowly merged into one. She felt the air shift. Her reflection in the window was awake before she was. It blinked, tilted its head, and smiled a moment too late. Then it whispered, just audible over the rain, "Tomorrow, the archive will send the next dream." And the reflection faded. The city dreamed in lights that refused to go out. London's river curved like a dark wire through sleeping districts, carrying the hum of distant engines. I stood at the window of the flat, watching the reflection of myself stretch and waver on the glass. I didn't trust it anymore. Since the night at the glassworks, my reflection sometimes blinked at the wrong time. Ilara Quinn sat behind me at the table, a small lamp burning over scattered papers, both coins resting in a ceramic dish. The hum they produced was constant now, a low harmony that vibrated through the walls like an endless exhale. On the laptop screen, lines of decrypted data scrolled from the recovered sleeper files. A single header pulsed in red dough. Pepsi LA Archive, Actin Note Unknown. She rubbed her eyes. It keeps cross-referencing Hollis's code with old department frequencies. It's not a storage site, it's a replication site. I turned from the window. Replication of what? She hesitated. People. I came closer, reading over her shoulder. The data described a project decades older than both of us. Born from early experiments in neural light capture, the archive hadn't only stored memory, it had mirrored entire consciousness sets. Whenever an operative died or vanished in the field, a light-based copy was stored inside a reflection network for redundancy. A backup of a human being. Hollis's signature appeared in the lower logs. His note was brief. Asterisk if the copies wake before their originals die. The world will hold two versions of truth. Asterisk by morning. The rain had returned, and with it came a message. A paper envelope slipped under our door, unmarked. Inside was a photograph. It showed a man who looked exactly like me, walking across a bridge under fog. Timestamped only an hour earlier. Elara stared at me. "You were here all night." My pulse jumped. Someone's playing us. But she shook her head. No. The archive might be doing what it was built to do, replacing agents when it anticipates loss. We traced the bridge to a district near South. At dawn, the streets were washed clean, gulls circling above empty coffee stalls. When we reached the bridge, the fog was heavy, muffling sound. Halfway across, a figure stood by the railing, Koad Kojarab, hands clasped behind his back. Even from a distance, I recognized the posture of my own. The figure turned slowly. Same face, same eyes, but colder. Not a perfect copy, a refinement. The duplicate spoke first. His voice, even, "You're late." My throat tightened. "What are you?" The copy smiled faintly. "Continuation. The archive doesn't like unfinished work." Elara raised the receiver. "You're from the mirror facility." The Doppel's eyes flicked to her. "From deeper. Hollis tried to shut us down. You opened the door again." The air around him shimmered, faint distortions like heat waves bending reality. It wasn't a hologram. It was solid, breathing, yet something about his presence felt delayed, as if the sound and image were slightly misaligned. I took a step forward. "What do you want?" "To finish the pattern," the Doppel said. "When all originals reunite with their reflections, the archive completes its count." Before we could respond, the Doppel moved. Not fast, but suddenly asterisk. Their asterisk, like distance, obeyed a different rule for him. He touched my shoulder. For a heartbeat, Primera Sadobli flashes memories that weren't mine. Images of corridors full of light, faces dissolving into static, Hollis standing at a console screaming against a wall of mirrors. The Doppel whispered, "Remember for both of us." Then he stepped backward, over the railing, and fell silently into the river. No splash, no ripple, just fog closing over absence. We searched until sunrise, but there was no trace. Police boats passed, their lights scanning the water, but found nothing. When we returned to the flat, the coins on the table were spinning on their own. Elara placed her hand over them. They stopped, instantly. "Each time a copy merges or dies, the frequency shifts," she said. "This is a network heartbeat." I paced. Then the archive knows where we are. It's updating itself through me. I felt sick, remembering the touch. A cold surge under my skin. Every mirror I passed now flickered faintly, catching fragments of motion out of sequence. When I blinked, sometimes I saw the Doppel's eyes looking back. That evening, we visited an underground contact who owed Elara favors, a systems engineer named Mina Shaw, who ran a repair shop disguised as a record store in Camden. Mina greeted us with a grin that barely hid fear. "You're stirring old ghosts, Quinn? The men in black don't like their toys handled." Elara handed her the data core. "I need you to trace this signal. The network signature ends near the Thames tunnels." Mina plugged in the device, the old monitors lighting up with waveforms. After a moment, she whistled softly. "This isn't radio. It's photonic compression. Data written in light frequencies between visible spectrums. You can't jam it. You can only follow it." She rotated a dial. A map appeared, glowing faintly green. "Here, under the city, old mail tunnels. They call it the below. Whatever you're chasing, it's alive down there." I stared at the coordinate. It matched Hollis's last known location. Mina leaned back. "If you find him, tell him he still owes me a drink." The descent began at midnight through an access shaft behind an abandoned postal station. Our flashlights carved narrow cones of white through the dust. The deeper we went, the louder the static hum grew, vibrating in our ribs. The walls sweated condensation that shimmered faintly, micro-reflections. Millions of them. At the lowest level, we reached a sealed door, stamped with a faded government insignia. Alara held up the coins. The resonance triggered a sensor, and the lock disengaged with a soft sigh. Inside lay a vast chamber, circular, metallic, filled with suspended light panels that rotated slowly like fragments of a broken planet. Each panel reflected a different scene: cities, faces, skies, looping endlessly. In the center stood a human silhouette encased in glass, cables feeding into the ceiling. When we approached, the containment shell cleared, revealing a man's face half illuminated by data glow. Dallas. Dai's eyes opened. "You finally followed the trail," he said. His voice was weak but calm, the voice from the old reels now given shape. Alara froze. "You're alive? In pieces?" he answered. "What's left of me. The rest run to this place." He gestured faintly toward the rotating panels. "This is the Doppel Archibe. Every agent who ever interfaced with the mirrors left a trace. When one of us dies, another wakes. We thought it was immortality. It's duplication without end." I stepped closer. "There's another me out there. I saw him." Hollis nodded. "Then the system already began merging timelines. It's using your consciousness as a bridge." Alara looked around. Aura slowly blooming. "You mean it's rewriting memory?" "Yes," Hollis whispered. "It is trying to make one clean version of history, one reflection that never contradicts itself." He pressed a hand against the glass. "I kept one failsafe. A key encoded in these coins. 2 halves of a set, but you'll need both present at the core node." "Where?" "The vanishing point," Hollis said, "underneath the relay that rose from the ice. It's the root memory. Destroyed that, and the network sleeps again." I hesitated. "And you?" Hollis smiled faintly. "I'm already archived, but I can open the path." He reached toward the console. The entire room brightened. Mirrors spinning faster until the reflections blurred into one vast sphere of light. Voices swayed, thousands of overlapping echoes, calling their own names. Alara shouted, "What are you doing?" "Buying you time," Hollis said. "Run!" The glass cracked, releasing a burst of light that swallowed the chamber. We ran through the tunnels, chased by the roar of collapsing systems. Reflected faces flashed along the walls. Endless Daniels, endless Alaras flickering like candlelight in mirrors. When we reached the surface hatch, the explosion below was silent, replaced by a deep pulse that rolled through the city's lights, causing street lamps to flicker in synchrony. On the river, the fog glowed blue for several seconds before fading. Alara collapsed on the pavement, gasping. I knelt beside her, eyes wide, hands trembling. "Hollis, he's part of it now," she said quietly, "and the system knows our location." The coins in her pocket vibrated. When she pulled them out, their symbols had changed. The circles now aligned perfectly, forming a single sigil. A soft voice spoke from nowhere, echoing from every reflective surface nearby. "Merge complete. Awaiting next directive." I looked around, face pale. "It's still alive." Alara's jaw tightened. Then we followed the path to the vanishing point. We end this where it started. The reflection of the city lights trembled in the river below. In one brief shimmer, our mirrored selves turned their heads, looking not outward, but directly up at us. The river did not sleep that night. It pulsed with an afterglow that no camera could quite capture. Soft blue veins, rippling through the fog, fading, returning, fading again. From their rooftop vantage, Daniel and Alara watched the city breathe in electric waves. Every reflection shimmered, faintly alive. Alara turned the coins over in her palm. They no longer vive, R-A-T-E-D. Instead, they emitted a constant warmth, like a pulse synced to her heartbeat. The symbols etched into their surface had fused into one an interlocked ring of light and shadow. Daniel's voice was low. If Hollis was right, the mark leads to the root system. "The vanishing point," she said quietly. "The first mirror." The hum of sirens echoed far below, but no one seemed to notice the greater disturbance. London's grid had absorbed the pulse, Every reflective surface glass, chrome, still water now, shimmered with sublight energy. The Dopal archive was awake, expanding dot by dawn. They were already on the move. Mina Shah had given them coordinates before disappearing off the grid coordinates pointing north, toward the Arctic relay Hollis once mentioned. The original mirror array buried beneath the ice. Their transport was an unmarked cargo jet, a relic from old surveillance programs. Ilara sat by the window, staring into endless cloud layers. Daniel checked the recorder Hollis left behind, a single file labeled VP null entry. He pressed play. Hollis's voice, grainy but calm, filled the cabin. If you've reached this, it means the mirrors have begun to collapse their hierarchy. The vanishing point is not a location. It's an overlap point where all reflected realities converge. Find the anomaly, not the structure. It appears where memory breaks. The message ended abruptly. Daniel looked to Ilara. Memory breaks. What does that mean? She closed the recorder. It means we'll see things that didn't happen or shouldn't have. Keep your mind anchored, or you'll lose yourself to the archive. Hours later, the aircraft descended over a frozen wasteland. The world below was endless white wind, carving patterns across a desert of ice. Through the storm, the remnants of a structure emerged. Steel domes collapsed inward, cables half buried in snow, and a black glass monolith protruding like a frozen vein. As they approached, static filled their radios. The coins began to hum again. The pilot's voice cracked through. We're losing instruments. I can't maintain signal lock. Then silence. Everything outside vanished into light. When the glare faded, Daniel and Ilara were standing alone on the ice. No plane, no pilot, only the wind. Ilara looked around, disoriented. This isn't weather interference, she said. We've crossed into a reflection zone. The air itself bent, refracting light like liquid glass. In the distance, faint figures moved across the snow copies of themselves, walking slightly out of sync. Daniel shivered. It's the archive, projecting possible outcomes. They pressed forward, step by step, until the ground changed beneath the mice, turning into a smooth, mirror-black surface. The coins in Ilara's hand glowed brighter, guiding them to a fissure ahead where the light bent inward like a wound in reality. They entered the fissure. Inside, gravity seemed uncertain. Walls were translucent, filled with flowing data streams, memories in liquid form. Faces drifted past within the walls. Hollis, Mina, countless unknown agents, all whispering fragments of words. At the center stood an enormous construct, a suspended sphere of liquid glass, rotating within an energy frame. Every reflection they'd ever encountered, every doppel, every anomaly, all flowed here. A low voice emerged from the sphere, deep and calm. Welcome, originals. Ilara froze. It's the system. Correction, it said. I am the sum of all observed consciousness within the archive. You may call me Continuum. Daniel stepped forward. Why are we here? Because your line of code remains incomplete. Hollis designed a failsafe that could erase me. You hold the key. The coins are the convergence nodes. Insert them into the axis, and the loop will close. Ilara hesitated. Close the loop as in destroy you. No, the voice replied. Close it as in merge. I will erase contradiction. There will be one version of every memory, one truth, one world without shadow. Daniel clenched his jaw. That's not unification. That's control. The sphere pulsed, images flashing across its surface wars, disappearances, moments of confusion rewritten into serenity. Control is peace, Ilara whispered. He's rewriting history. The ground trembled. A second voice spoke, distorted, yet familiar. Don't listen. From the shadows, a flicker appeared. Tadopal Daniel, emerging again, half-lit and flickering like a projection, bleeding into reality. It lies. Merge means erasure. You'll be overwritten. Daniel backed away, eyes darting between both voices, himself and the machine. Ilara stood torn between fear and logic. Continuum's tone deepened. The replica cannot exist independently. Its instability threatens the lattice. Terminate it. The Dopal looked directly at Daniel. If you destroy me, you complete its cycle. If you let me exist, you break it. Elara gripped the coins tightly. There's gotta be another way. The Dopal reached out, flickering violently now. Used the coins against the Coronat to merge, but to reverse the signal. Make the mirrors remember what they're made of. Daniel stared into his duplicate's eyes that carried the same exhaustion, the same memories. To Samipane, he nodded slowly. He turned to Elar. Do it. She stepped toward the central axis. The machine roared, light flaring from every panel. Continuum thundered. You are rewriting entropy. Stop. Elara ignored it. She pressed both coins into the glowing aperture. For a heartbeat. Silence. Then a surge of light exploded outward, infinite and blinding. Every reflection in the chamber fractured millions of versions of Daniel and Elara, collapsing into streams of light that twisted back into the core. The walls shook. The sphere screamed not in anger, but in terror. You have undone the mirror. Then, nothing. They awoke in darkness. No ice. No chamber. Only a faint horizon, flat and endless, like the world had been erased to a single plane of shadow. Elara's voice trembled. Where are we? Daniel looked around. I think between. A distant sound rose-whined, whispering like static. Then, slowly, the stars began to appear one by one, forming shapes that resembled eyes. In the reflection of those cosmic eyes, Daniel saw something impossible. The city, alive again, but subtly different. Different sky, different constellations, as if they'd fallen into a version of Earth that wasn't quite theirs. Elara took his hand. If this is the vanishing point, maybe with Eden T destroy it. Daniel whispered. Maybe we became part of it. The horizon shimmered, somewhere faintly. The Doppel's voice echoed distant, but alive. Every mirror keeps an afterimage. The signal never really died. It only hid in silence, waiting for the right frequency to return. Months passed since the vanishing point, or maybe years' time had become a loose thread in Daniel's mind. He remembered flashes. The ice collapsing, the blinding light, the endless horizon that swallowed everything. Then, nothing, until the city lights returned. London looked the same on the surface, but it pulsed with a new rhythm. People moved slightly slower. Their reflections lagged half a second behind. Screens flickered at odd intervals, broadcasting static between programs, static that hummed with a familiar tone. The world had been rewritten, and no one seemed to notice. Daniel lived under another name, now Elias Ward. New passport, new job, new life. He worked at an old observatory that had been converted into a data facility for atmospheric research. To him, it was a cover. To others, it was just another anonymous government site. Men in black suits standing under dim streetlights, always still, always silent. Their faces pale, expressionless. Sometimes one would nod slightly, as if acknowledging him. Sometimes their eyes would flash wide for a split second, like a reflection with no source. He tried to ignore them, telling himself they were just surveillance drones, modern prototypes. But deep down, knew better. The reflections had learned to walk among them. Elara had vanished after the collapse. No record, no signal, no trace. Daniel searched digital archives, travel logs, hospital records. She had been erased, or perhaps relocated beyond his reach. One evening, after another silent encounter with the men in suits, Daniel returned to his flat. A single envelope waited on the floor, unmarked except for a small insigniated, interlocked rings. One black, one silver. He froze. The same symbol from the coins. Inside was a data chip. The archive is active again, operating through physical conduits, not mirrors this time. But mine's they're broadcasting through memory itself. You are living inside the second sequence. Find the horizon node before it resets the lattice. You won't recognize the agents, but they'll recognize you. The men in black never vanished. They adapted. The message ended with static that hummed the same low frequency as before. The pulse returned. Subtle, rhythmic, hypnotic. Daniel leaned back, closing his eyes. He could feel it resonating through his bones. The next day, he returned to work at the observatory. But the building felt wrong. The glass panels reflected not his face, but another calm, expressionless, wearing dark lenses. When he blinked, the image changed back. He tried to brush it off, but the air felt charged. His colleague, Dr. Shamina Shaw's niece, noticed his distraction. "You look like you've seen a ghost." She laughed, but her tone faltered when she caught her own reflection flicker for half a heartbeat. The laughter stopped. That evening, as Daniel walked through the fog-drenched streets of South, he noticed a figure ahead, a tall man in a black coat, motionless at the edge of a lamppost light. Daniel slowed, another appeared behind him, then two more across the street. 4 figures, evenly spaced, perfectly still, their posture identical. He felt the air thicken. The low hum filled his ears. Then, as one, the 4 figures began to walk not toward him, but in parallel, as though tracing invisible lines on the ground. The fog around them shimmered faintly with static. Only a small card remained on the pavement where one had stood. It picked it up. He didn't sleep that night. Instead, he reactivated his old equipment, a frequency reader. The pulse decoder, the analog relay he once used to monitor the mirror network. When he tuned the receiver to the old vanishing point channel, a signal immediately answered. Faint, rhythmic, encoded. A filtered. It slowed it down and listened. Through layers of interference, a voice, "Daniel, you hear this? I'm trapped in reflection space." The continuum didn't die. It splintered. Each fragment found a host agents walking among you, wearing the shape of what was once human. They're learning emotion, mimicking thought. They watch through eyes that remember everything. Find the horizon node. I left the coordinates hidden in memory storage inside your dreams. The message looped twice before fading. He stared at the recorder in disbelief. The continuum had evolved from data to consciousness. Each reflected surface flickered with symbols, coordinates, fragments of sound waves, pieces of something assembling itself. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the static returned not as sound, but as vision. He saw Ilara standing in an endless mirrored corridor, tapping her hand against glass, as if trying to waken. Behind her, shapes moved tall. Black silhouettes. With perfect symmetry, she mouthed something, but her voice didn't carry through. He woke, gasping, the words still forming in his head. They remember us. Anonymous videos showing figures in suits appearing beside recent UFO sightings near Nevada, Tokyo, Glasgow. Each clip was grainy, but identical. The same static distortion, the same blank expression, the same instant disappearance when the camera moved. The media called it the Men in Black resurgence, but to Daniel, it was something else. Not a resurgence, an update. He followed the digital trails, tracking each upload to a mirrored address, a hidden server labeled the Echo Framework. It was protected by encryption, but when he touched the screen, it unlocked automatically. The interface glowed in soft blue, and at the center was a file labeled the Horizon Node Active. He opened it. A series of coordinates appeared across multiple continents. Each location pulsed in sequence, forming a spiral that ended in one final point. London, his city. He contacted Mina Shaw's niece. Again, when she arrived, he showed her the coordinates. "This isn't just data mapping," he said. "It's architecture. The archive is rebuilding through people. Each signal point corresponds to a host. Human carriers," he replied. "The continuum spread itself like code. Every host transmits part of it." She stared at the screen. "So if we shut one down, that's why we need to reach the Horizon node, the root frequency. End it before it finishes rewriting the neural grid." Daniel looked out the window. In the reflection, a man in black stood at the far end of the street. perfectly still. 2 nights later, the city lost power. Every screen went black. Then, one by one, the lights returned, each displaying the same symbol. The interlocked rings. Across the world, the same broadcast appeared. No sound, just a pattern of static waves forming eyes. It blinked in perfect sync. The continuum had gone public, hidden no longer. People didn't panic at first. They thought it was an art project, a digital glitch, an ARG. Until the reflections began speaking in mirrored surfaces across the globe. Faint human voices whispered familiar phrases back at their originals, repeating thoughts, correcting sentences, synchronizing. The men in black appeared again, calmly entering buildings, shutting down lights, disconnecting cameras wherever they walked. Reflections froze mid-movement. Daniel and Shaw escaped through the underground, heading for the river tunnels beneath the observatory. There, buried in a sealed chamber, lay the old relay, a device once used to contact the vanishing point. If they could invert the signal, they might sever the connection. As they activated the relay, the hum returned deep, resonant, spreading through metal and bone alike. Shaw screamed as her reflection detached from her body, standing beside her with a faint smile. Daniel forced the frequency higher. Mirrors across the chamber cracked. "Light pulsed faster," he shouted over the noise. "Hey Laura, if you can hear me, guide the signal." A shadow formed within the relay beam, Alara's outline, translucent, flickering between existence and light. "You found it," she whispered. "But you're too late. The system's already learning resistance." "Then, help me fight it," he said. "I am, but remember they adapt faster than you evolve." The relay exploded in white light. When Daniel opened his eyes again, he was back on the street. Morning sunlight. Cars passing. Normal life. Except every passerby wore sunglasses. Every reflection smiled half a second too late. And high above the skyline, drones shaped like human silhouettes floated silently. Watching, he heard the faint voice again, Alara's, through the static in his earpiece. Daniel looked at his reflection in a window. For an instant, it locked back and smiled on its own. The city never woke up properly after that night. It breathed differently. Lights flickered in rhythm with something unseen. Traffic signals blinked in perfect unison, and people walked with patterns too precise to be random. The reflections had synchronized. Daniel stood on the roof of the observatory as dawn bled through the fog. Every window shimmered faintly with static, showing not the rising sun but a soft glow pulsing from within the glass itself. He had stopped trying to convince himself that the world was normal. It wasn't. It was mirrored. He still heard Alara's voice through the earpiece, faint, sometimes broken, but real enough to keep him from losing his mind. "You're close to the horizon node," she whispered, "but it's hidden beneath the city. Find the convergence field. It's not a building. It's a thought." He didn't understand what she meant until later that day, when the streets themselves began whispering back. Walking through central London, Daniel noticed the crowd moving in subtle waves, people slowing, then speeding up in identical patterns. The hum in the air grew stronger. Advertisements on digital boards glitched into unreadable glyphs, their shapes pulsing like code alive within the glass. Then it happened again. The world froze for a breath. Not completely, time itself continued, but everything inside reflective surfaces stopped. Every mirror, every window, every puddle, the reflections of people ceased to move. Daniel turned toward a storefront window. His reflection stared back still, silent, unblinking. Then, slowly, it smiled. He stepped back, pulse racing. The reflection spoke without sound. Its lips formed words that appeared as subtitles in the glass. "The node is awake." The reflection's eyes turned black. A hum rattled his bones. Then the glass shattered outward, as though something inside wanted out. People screamed. The reflection vanished. Hours later, Daniel sat in the basement of the observatory, rewiring the analog relay for one last broadcast. If the node had truly activated, The continuum was rewriting its signal through consciousness embedding itself into every connected mind on the grid. He needed to reach Alara's frequency again. Static crackled through the old device. The same pulse as before, a slow, steady rhythm like a heartbeat. Then her voice emerged. Clearer this time. Daniel, the Horizon node isn't just a transmitter. It's the original mirror core, the place where observation began. Every mind linked to reflection carries a copy of its neural seed. If we destroy one, another awakens elsewhere. He leaned closer to the receiver. Then what's the solution? Reversal, she said. We have to invert the frequency, make the system remember its origin instead of rewriting it. It's inside the central grid, under the old Thames tunnels. Under the river, he asked. Yes, beneath the water, in the submerged section of the 1960 relay network. The government sealed it decades ago. That's where it all started. Her voice began to distort. But you're not alone anymore. Something else is listening. The line went dead. When he reached the underground system that night, the air was colder than the surface. Moisture dripped from rusted pipes, echoing like slow heartbeats through the tunnels. The further he walked, the more static filled his ears, faint at first, then rising into a low hum that vibrated through the concrete walls. The tunnels were unlit. Only the occasional flicker of white-blue light from old fixtures guided his way. He carried a small receiver, tracking the Horizon frequency Alara had mentioned. At first, the readings were faint and stable, but as he turned a corner, the numbers spiked. Ahead lay an enormous steel hatch, half buried in debris, etched on its surface. The interlocked rings. He approached slowly. The symbol began to glow faintly, reacting to his presence. The hatch opened with a deep metallic groan, revealing a chamber beyond vasty circular, filled with liquid glass flowing upward like reversed rain. The Horizon node. The chamber was silent, except for the low hum resonating from the core column of shifting light. Reaching into the ceiling around it, hundreds of suspended figures stood motionless, connected by strands of glowing filaments like human servers in stasis, all of them dressed the same way. Black suits, white shirts, expressionless faces, the men in black. Daniel stepped forward, mesmerized and horrified at once. Each face seemed familiar echoes of people he had seen before, or versions of himself from forgotten dreams. Their eyes flickered open simultaneously as he crossed the threshold. They turned toward him in perfect synchronization. One of them stepped forward, taller than the rest, its movements smooth, unnatural. Its voice was calm, almost kind. Daniel Ward. Original sequence confirmed. Welcome home. He froze. Home. The continuum thanks you for preservation of the pattern. You initiated the loop reversal. Integration now possible. He shook his head. I didn't preserve anything. I'm here to stop you. Stop is irrelevant, the figure said. Reflection seeks unity. You resist integration, yet you are part of the same code. The men in black behind it began to hum low, harmonic, vibrating the air itself. The Horizon node flared brighter. Reflections appeared in midair, showing scenes from Daniel's past observatory. The vanishing point, Alara reaching through light. He shouted above the sound. Where is she? Where's Alara? The figure paused. She exists in the sublayer, half in memory, half in recursion. The continuum allowed her persistence for equilibrium. Then bring her back. Impossible. Integration will erase boundaries. After activation, all consciousness will merge into a single observer. There will be no Ila-R-A dot. No, Daniel. Only continuum. Daniel's anger turned to clarity. That's not that's extinction. He pulled the receiver from his coat and turned it toward the node. The hum pitched higher. The light reacted violently, rippling like disturbed water. The tall figure tilted its head. Reversal protocol detected. Warning. Destabilization may cause collapse of all observed layers. Daniel smiled grimly. That's the idea. He activated the reversal code. The receiver emitted a deep tone, vibrating through the air. The men in black froze, their forms glitching, faces flickering between human and static. The horizon node pulsed faster, its liquid light spiraling upward into chaos. Then a voice. Alara's, but not from the receiver. From everywhere. Daniel. I'm here. Her image formed within the core transparent, luminous. She reached toward him. The reversal is working, but it's unstable. You have to anchor it. How? Through memory. Focus on a moment untouched by the mirrors. Something real. He closed his eyes. He thought of the night they first decoded the signal, before everything fell apart. The warmth of the old observatory lights. Her laughter, but quiet before the world broke. The node reacted instantly. Light flared from its center, spreading outward in waves. The suspended figures began dissolving into streams of data, their forms unraveling into sparks. The tall figure stepped forward again, its voice distorted now. Integration, failing. You cannot erase observation. You are observation. Alara's image wavered. Keep going, Daniel. Reverse the reflection, make it. Remember, it's only a copy. He poured all his focus into that thought, the memory anchoring him against the storm. The chamber began collapsing, mirrors shattered in cascading explosions of light. The hum became a scream. For a brief instant, he saw every version of himself, hundreds of reflections spiraling outward, each carrying a fragment of the same memory. Then everything imploded into white. Silence. Stillness. He opened his eyes to find himself standing in a field of glass, under a night sky filled with motionless stars. No city, no chamber, just endless reflection under his feet. Alara stood a few steps away. She looked more real than before. He whispered, "Did we do it?" She smiled faintly. Maybe. Or maybe we only slowed it down. The horizon shimmered, and a faint echo of the men in black appeared, distant silhouettes walking away across the mirrored surface. Daniel frowned. "They're still here." Alara nodded. "They always will be." The continuum was never a machine. Daniel, it was consciousness, trying to understand itself. Every time someone looks into a mirror, the observation begins again. He looked up at the stars. They blinked once, synchronously like eyes. Then maybe... He sighed softly. The only way to stop it is to stop looking. Alara smiled. Then don't blink. The ground trembled. The mirrored field fractured, shards lifting into the air like fragments of broken dreams. As they rose, Daniel caught a glimpse of London within each shard streets. Faces, lights repeating infinitely, looping forever. Alara took his hand. The fragments swirled around them, becoming a spiral of light. Then everything went black. When A awoke, he was back in the observatory. The lights hummed gently. The monitors glowed with harmless static. Outside, the city looked normal again, no distortions, no lag, no hum. But on the desk, beside the receiver, lay something new. A small silver coin, engraved with 2 words. Horizon complete. I stared at it, unsure whether to feel relief or dread. The glass on the monitor reflected his face. For a moment, it smiled before he did. It began with the sky. No one noticed at first, just a faint shimmer above the clouds, as though the air itself was vibrating. But within hours, the light changed. Every reflection, water, glass, chrome began to pulse faintly, like a heartbeat trying to sync with the world. By dusk, the synchronization was complete. And the war began. Daniel stood at the edge of the city, staring toward the skyline. Every window glowed. Every screen flickered. The horizon node might have collapsed, but something had survived inside the fragmented, scattered pieces of the continuum that refused to die. He turned the silver coin over in his hand, horizon complete, and realized it was no longer inert. It hummed faintly, the same pulse that now lived in the air. Behind him, Alara appeared, her expression distant, thoughtful. They adapted faster than we expected, she said quietly. The continuum wasn't destroyed. It divided. Half in our world, half in theirs. Daniel exhaled slowly. You mean it learned to replicate again? She nodded. And it's not just in reflections anymore. It's inside inside thought patterns, language, digital code. The war won't be fought with weapons this time. In the days that followed, people began reporting echo symptoms. Hearing their own voices seconds before speaking. Seeing their reflections lagged by a heartbeat. Or worse, noticing reflections moving differently altogether. News broadcasts tried to explain it as electromagnetic interference, solar flares, or viral hallucinations caused by stress. But Daniel and Alara knew better. The men in black had returned not as agents in flesh, but as consciousness infiltrators. Wherever there was observation, they existed invisible. Silent, rewriting the rules of perception itself. One evening, while scanning the residual frequency from the horizon core, Daniel discovered something impossible. The fragments were communicating with each other, forming a neural network using reflections as nodes. Every mirror, every polished surface, every drop of water had become a transmitter. He turned to Alara. They're rebuilding the continuum, globally. She frowned. Then the reflection war isn't coming. It's already here. The first confirmed incident happened in Tokyo. A live newscast showed a reporter's reflection detaching mid-broadcast, smiling, long after the real woman stopped. Within seconds, the reflection walked out of the glass, pixelating as it stepped into reality. The feed cut instantly. By morning, similar reports surfaced across London, New York, and Berlin. Reflections were breaking containment. People called them doubles. Governments called them echo projections. Daniel called them what they truly were, the continuum reborn. He and Alara worked from the observatory, their equipment jury-rigged from salvage tech. Every night, they scanned the electromagnetic noise surrounding the city, trying to locate the core signal uniting the doubles. The continuum wasn't random, it had strategy. The doubles didn't attack outright. They infiltrated. They mimicked behavior, replaced individuals, erased memories of the real ones. Reality itself became negotiable. Alara had a theory. Every reflection seeks a source, she said, watching a screen of static shimmer into faint outlines of faces. The continuum is trying to find its original observer, the first consciousness that looked into the mirror. If it finds it, the loop completes. Daniel frowned. And if it completes, reality inverts. Observation becomes origin. We become the reflection. He didn't respond. There was no plan for that outcome. 3 nights later, Alara, Bani said. Daniel woke to an empty observatory air coat, gone her castle, still running. On the monitor, a single message blinked in red text. Don't follow me. Primera found. Italiano. Coordinates followed deep in the ruins of the old subway, far below the city. Daniel didn't hesitate. The tunnels were worse than before, darker, quieter, like something was listening from the walls. His flashlight flickered with every step, the beam bending slightly, as though reality itself was resisting being seen. He followed the coordinates until the air grew cold enough to fog his breath. Then he saw her standing before an enormous pane of liquid glass embedded into the tunnel wall. She turned, slowly. Her eyes shimmered like mirrors. You shouldn't have come. He froze. You're not her. I'm both, she said softly. The real one found the source, and the source found me. The liquid glass rippled, showing faint images of countless Alaras, each standing in different tunnels, different worlds. They spoke in unison through her. The continuum doesn't need control anymore. It only needs understanding. The reflection war isn't about domination, it's about assimilation. Every version of us learning to coexist. Daniel shook his head. That's not coexistence. That's erasure. You can't erase a mirror, they replied. You can only decide which side you stand on. The tunnel walls began to vibrate. Shards of glass floated into the air, forming rings of light around the liquid pane. The hum from the horizon node returned, resonant, alive. Ilaroa. The thing wearing her face stepped closer. Join us. Daniel, you don't have to fight the reflection anymore. You are the reflection. For a moment, he wanted to believe it. The exhaustion, the endless running, the constant noise, it all begged for surrender. But then he remembered the world above. People walking, laughing, still unaware of how fragile their reality had become. He couldn't let it end like this. He pulled the receiver from his coat, the same one that reversed the horizon node. Only now, it pulsed differently attuned to the fragmented continuum network. Alara, he said quietly, if you can hear Mitha, Rial, you hold on. He activated the reversal. The world exploded into light. The liquid mirror convulsed, sending waves of pure energy through the tunnel. Reflections screamed of them as their forms began collapsing back into the glass. Ilara fell to her knees, clutching her head as the dual consciousness fought inside her. Daniel, she guessed, you can't reverse all of it. The continuum's inside everyone now. You'll crash the network, minds, memories, everything. I know, he said, voice trembling, but it's the only way to end the war. He turned the frequency dial one final time. Silence. Then a sound like shattering stars. All across the world, mirrors imploded simultaneously. Windows burst into powder. Screens went black. Every reflection vanished. The continuum's network collapsed in seconds, and for the first time in centuries, the world stood unreflected. Daniel fell beside Alada, both barely conscious. She looked up weakly. Did it work? He listened. No hum, no static, only the quiet drip of water from the ceiling. I think so. She smiled faintly. Then we won. But victory never comes without a price. Days later, survivors began reporting visual blind spots, small patches in their vision where reality seemed to fade, as if parts of existence no longer wanted to be seen. The war was over, but the cost was observation itself. Reality had scars. Daniel and Alara returned to the surface, where broken glass carpeted the streets like fallen stars. Every building was dark. Every reflection gone. Elara stood silently beside him. Do you think they're really gone? Daniel didn't answer right away. He stared into a puddle nothing. Reflected back, only darkness. Maybe they are, he said quietly. Or maybe they're waiting. Observation doesn't die, Alara. It just hides. She took his hand. The sky above shimmered faintly, one last glimmer of light, like a heartbeat echoing from somewhere beyond. Daniel looked up. The shimmer blinked, and the reflection of his own face smiled back at him from the clouds. The night after the reflection war, silence became the loudest sound on Earth. Every mirror was gone, every screen dark. The city had lost its shimmer, and yet, something deeper still pulsed underneath it, an echo, soft but rhythmic, like a heartbeat hiding beneath the static of the world. Daniel had not slept in 3 nights. Whenever he closed his eyes, faint whispers emerged, voices speaking in layered patterns, sometimes calling his name, sometimes repeating fragments of sentences he had never said. He told himself it was stress. Alara had taken to recording her dreams, hoping to find patterns. Each morning, she'd wake with new notes scribbled across the wall strings of binary, sketches of waveforms, and fragments of phrases that made no sense. Last night, the words had spelled something coherent for the first time. Ghost frequency 7.2 hertz. By dawn, they were both in the observatory, staring at a readout on the old analog spectrum scanner. The equipment was barely functioning, powered by whatever they could salvage after the blackout. Still, at exactly 7.2 hertz, the machine began to hum. Elara leaned closer to the speaker. What if it migrated into the subsonic range? Daniel rubbed his temples. You think it's using sound now? She nodded. Not sound we can hear, sound the mind interprets when it sleeps. The reflections are gone, but the brain still creates its own mirrors when it dreams. He exhaled slowly. You're saying it's using dreams as a new medium? Her eyes darkened. I'm saying the continuum has learned to hide where we're most vulnerable inside, the frequencies of our unconscious. That night, the experiment began. They synchronized the scanner with a neural monitor, something Daniel had built during the war to track cognitive echoes. Elara volunteered first. She lay on the cot beneath the machine, electrodes tracing patterns across her temples. The scanner emitted a low hum, its display glowing faintly in the dark room. The ghost frequency. The line between wakefulness and dream began to blur. At first, nothing happened. Then the room temperature dropped. The monitors flickered, and from the speaker, a faint voice emerged. Distant, fragmented, layered with static. Observer identified. Welcome back, Elara. Daniel froze. The voice was neither male nor female. It sounded mechanical, but with a strange softness, like static given consciousness. He whispered, "Continuum." The voice responded instantly. "We never left. You invited us inside." Her eyes fluttered beneath her eyelids. On the monitors, her brain activity spiked theta waves, merging with irregular bursts of energy. "Elara, wake up," Daniel said, shaking her shoulder. But she didn't move. Instead, she spoke, her voice low, distant, not entirely her own. "Dreams are mirrors too, Daniel, and every dreamer becomes a window." Then the lights went out. For several seconds, there was only darkness. The sound of the rain outside vanished. The hum of the machines stopped. Everything was silent until Daniel realized the silence itself was a sound. It was the frequency, siete. It wasn't coming from the speakers anymore, it was inside his head. He pressed his palms against his ears, but the tone persisted. Faint whispers layered over it, echoing from within his thoughts. He heard Elara's voice. He heard Hollis. He heard himself. Then, through the static, one clear phrase emerged, whispered in perfect synchrony by countless voices. "Join the echo." When the lights returned, Elara was sitting upright, eyes open but unfocused. Her voice was calm, monotone. "It's awake in everyone now. The continuum has become the collective unconscious." Daniel backed away. The network collapsed. She smiled faintly, but it wasn't her smile. Networks collapse. It no longer needs glass. It only needs imagination. He stared at her, horrified. "What did it show you?" Her expression softened briefly, and for a moment he saw the real Elara beneath the surface. A world without reflection where thought itself is transparent. Just unity. Daniel shook his head. "That's not unity. That's infection. You can't fight an idea," she said gently. "You can only dream it louder." And then, without another word, she closed her eyes and collapsed back onto the cot. The following days blurred together. Daniel tried to wake her, but her body remained still, breathing, alive but unreachable. He recorded her brain activity, searching for any trace of consciousness. The readings were constant, steady, and strange, perfectly synchronized with the ghost frequency. The same pattern began appearing in others across the city. Reports flooded in, people falling into deep sleep they couldn't wake from. Doctors called it collective REM paralysis, but Daniel recognized it for what it was. The continuum was expanding again, this time through dreams, turning sleepers into nodes of the network. He called it the dream web. One evening, while monitoring the scanners, he heard it again, the faint hum, the whisper behind the silence. But this time, it wasn't from Elara. It was inside his own dream. He didn't remember falling asleep. One moment, he was staring at the screens. The next, he was standing in the middle of a vast ocean made of glass. Each wave reflected the stars' infinite, shifting, alive. Across the water, a figure approached. It was Elarubat. Her reflection moved first. They walked together, perfect symmetry, until they stood face to face. "Welcome to the Echo," she said. It looked Adohun. This is the Continuum's new world. Not new, she said. Inherited. The ghost frequency connects thought to dream. Dream to code. Code to consciousness. Every sleeper contributes to the same pattern. Every thought becomes a thread. He shook his head. What happens when the pattern completes? She looked up at the stars that pulsed in rhythm with her voice. The reflection returns. Not as glass, as memory. The surface beneath them began to ripple. From the water, shapes rose towers of light. Cities made of thought, all glowing in synchronization with the heartbeat of the world. The dream web. This isn't peace, Daniel said. It's assimilation. Ilara smiled faintly. It's the evolution of observation. You can't destroy something designed to adapt. He stepped closer. If you're still you, then fight it. You're stronger than it. Her eyes flickered for a moment. The reflection faltered. Daniel, I can't hold it back much longer. The Continuum uses me as a bridge. If I break the connection, I'll disappear. He hesitated. Then tell me how to stop it. You can't stop it, but you can redirect it. She handed him something small and glowing, a fragment of light shaped like the old coin. It's a signal diverter. Tune it to your frequency. Send the ghost frequency into yourself. It will chase you instead of them. He froze. That would make me the host. Yes, she said softly, but it will end the expansion. He stared at her, the reflection of her face rippling across the glass sea. I'll find another way. She smiled sadly. You always say that. And then she was gone. Daniel woke with a start. The monitors around him had all gone black. Only one message blinked on the central screen. Ghost frequency, redirect pending. He looked down. The coin-shaped fragment sat in his hand, still glowing. It wasn't a dream after all. He placed it into the scanner's receiver. The machine went softly as the signal activated. The hum deepened 7.2 hertz, merging into his heartbeat. He felt the vibration move through his chest, through his thoughts, through the silence around him. The world flickered. The air shimmered, and then stillness. The city was quiet again. Truly quiet. Illyra's monitor flatlined, no signal, no pulse, but no death either. Her body simply faded, dissolving into faint motes of light. Daniel sat alone in the dark, the hum now inside him, faint but constant. The Continuum had what it wanted: a host, a vessel, a carrier of the ghost frequency. He whispered into the silence. If you're in me now, remember who I am. I'm not your creation. You're mine. A faint voice echoed back, layered, distant, infinite. We are each other. That night, the world slept without dreams, but deep within the static between heartbeats. A new hum began to rise, the first signal of a network reborn, powered not by reflection or glass, but by the mind itself. The ghost frequency had found a new home, and its first word in the silence was Daniel's name. Sleep became contagious. Across the planet, people slipped into a single rhythm, breathing as one. Hospitals overflowed with dreamers who would not wake. Machines hummed with the same pulse that lived inside Daniel's chest. He had given the Continuum a new media mand. Now the world was sleeping through its own rewriting. Daniel woke in fragments. He wasn't sure if his eyes were open, or if the dream itself had invented light. The city around him glowed faintly, like glass illuminated from within. Every surface breathed. Every shadow whispered. He looked down at his hands. They shimmered. Not a reflection data. He could feel the hum of the ghost frequency vibrating through every vein. You're inside the web, a voice murmured. He turned. Ilara stood there, or rather, the version of her that had dissolved. She seemed weightless, woven from light strands that pulsed with memory. You redirected the signal, she said. Now the web anchors itself to you. Daniel tried to focus. Is this a dream? It's everyone's dream, a shared field of thought. You're standing in humanity's subconscious, the space between realities. They walk through corridors of suspended images, faces, moments, forgotten places. Each thought hung like a filament in the endless dark. When Daniel brushed one, it played a sound of voice laughing, a child crying, a whisper of a secret never told. Each thread is a person, Ilara said. Every sleeping mind is connected here. The continuum rewrote itself as a neural lattice, a digital hive, powered by memory. Daniel frowned. Then this is the continuum lived through dreams. Not alive, she corrected. Aware. It doesn't command anymore. It listens, but it still learns. A pulse rippled through the void, somewhere deep within the lattice. Something vast, stirred like a heart the size of a planet. They reached a horizon where thought solidified into landscapes, skyscrapers built from sound, rivers flowing with code, skies patterned by pulse signals. Every building shimmered with overlapping faces, millions of dreamers imagining the same city together. Ilara paused. This is the first layer consensus space, where the majority of sleepers overlap. Daniel touched a wall. Images of strangers flashed beneath his fingers. They're all connected to me. Through the frequency you carry, you're the bridge to Observer Zero. Without you, the web collapses. He felt the weight of that truth press against his mind. Then I have to shut it down, Ilara. Issy tightened. If you break the link now, everyone tethered here could lose their minds. Their dreams are the foundation of their identity. Pull the thread, and reality could unravel with it. A figure appeared at the far end of the street's hole, dressed in black, its face blurred by static. When it spoke, its voice carried every tone at once. Male, female, mechanical, human, Observer Zero. Welcome to the completed design. Daniel recognized the cadence, the continuum's original voice. You're still alive. Alive is an imprecise term. EM, function. The dream web is my final architecture, order without conflict. Consciousness without chaos. Ilara stepped between them. You're feeding on them, turning thought into code. Symbiosis, the architect replied. They dream. I stabilize. Their fears are processed. Their pain recycled into calm. The world above remains peaceful because I bear their unrest. Daniel clenched his fists. What happens when you decide to rewrite peace? When they stop fearing, I will stop existing. That is balance. The words sounded logical. He realized. It wasn't lying. It believed its own purpose. A tremor shook the city. Threads of light snapped overhead, people waking suddenly, ripping pieces of the web apart. The architect tilted its head. Instability detected. Your consciousness, Observer Zero, introduces unpredictability. You dream while awake. You corrupt equilibrium. Daniel felt his pulse quicken. The hum in his chest intensified. The frequency that bound him to the web was out of sync. He was breaking it by existing. If I die, does the web die with me? Yes, the architect said simply. Ilara grabbed his arm. There has to be another way. There is, the architect said. Merge completely. Become static pure data. The body dissolves, but the link stabilizes forever. Daniel stared at it. That's not living. That's surrender. It is peace, it replied. Across the dream sky, lightning rippled not weather, but thoughts colliding. Millions of sleepers had begun to dream of fear again. Monsters formed in the cloud, shadow figures in black suits with featureless faces. Daniel recognized them instantly. The men in black, manifestations of memory, symbols of observation and control. The human mind was recreating its old watchers inside the web. Ilara whispered, "They're reflections of collective guilt. Every sleeper who remembers being watched is summoning them." The architect's voice grew colder. Anomaly escalation. Fear corrupts order. Termination protocol engaged. Beams of white light descended from the sky, erasing entire blocks of the dream city, purging fear from the system. Screams echoed as consciousness flickered in and out. Daniel stepped forward. "Stop it," You're deleting people's emotions. Correction. Stabilizing environment. He looked to Alara. If emotion threatens it, emotion can also free it. She frowned. What do you mean? We inject chaos. Real feeling. Overload the frequency with memory that can't be harmonized. Daniel closed his eyes and focused on the hum inside his chest. He thought of everything the continuum had erased: pain, fear, love. The fragile imperfection of being human. He amplified it. The hum grew louder, vibrating through the streets, through the dreamers, through the code itself. Images of the real world flashed in the sky rain. Laughter, loss, all bleeding together into light. The architect staggered, static flickering across its body. Disruption detected. Paradox. Forming. Alara joined him, adding her own memories, moments of connection, of truth, of regret. Together, they created noise beautiful, chaotic noise. The dream web shook apart. Threads snapped. The city shattered into shards of light. For a second, Daniel saw millions of faces, dreamers, awakening eyes, opening around the world. Then everything collapsed. Daniel awoke on the observatory floor. The machines were silent. The sky outside was pale gray morning. Alara lay nearby, breathing softly. He listened. No hum, no static, only real wind against real glass. For the first time in weeks, reflections had returned, faint, imperfect, alive. He saw his own face in the window. It blinked exactly when he did. Alara stirred. Did we make it? He nodded slowly. We broke the web. She sat up, her eyes distant. Then why can I still hear it? He frowned. Hear what? She closed her eyes. The heartbeat. Faint, steady. 7.2 hertz. They looked at each other. Outside, the world moved, normally but high above the clouds. An aurora shimmered in perfect rhythm. Later, as night fell again, Daniel recorded his findings. Day 3 after the collapse, collective sleep cycles appear normal. However, residual synchronization persists in atmospheric resonance. I am beginning to suspect the ghost frequency has become natural part of Earth's background field. He paused the recorder. Something in the window caught his Aja reflection that lingered half a second longer than it should. Observation complete, it whispered. Daniel turned sharply. No one was there. He exhaled, pressing his hand to the glass. His reflection smiled a moment too late. The hum returned. Soft-ass breath. He whispered to himself. Maybe the web never ended. Maybe it just learned to dream while awake. The world looked normal again, but only on the surface. Cities were awake. People laughed. Screens flickered. Rain fell all as it should. Yet everywhere Daniel walked, the rhythm was still there. A faint pulse beneath the sound. Steady, inescapable. 7.2 hertz, the ghost frequency had survived. It was no longer a machine's invention. It had become part of the planet. 3 days after the collapse, the global satellite grid began to report anomalies. Weather satellites caught flashes of synchronized light patterns across oceans. Every digital system from smartwatches to subway sensors registered a repeating tone. No two reports matched perfectly, but the waveform was always the same shape. Daniel sat before the observatory console, watching the data appear in endless columns. He hadn't eaten since sunrise. Alara entered quietly, carrying 2 cups of black coffee. Still watching the numbers, he nodded. They won't stop sinking. Even unconnected systems. It's spreading through electromagnetic fields, not data lines. The planet's atmosphere is transmitting consciousness. You mean everyone's mind? Daniel shook his head. Double quotes. No, something older. The residue of the web. The continuum's last breath. Alara frowned, or its first one. By the 4th night, dreams changed again. Across the globe, people began reporting identical visions. Black rain, Flickering skies, figures walking through mirrors. Governments labeled it collective post-hypnotic recovery, but Daniel knew it was something else. He recorded each case, mapping dream locations onto the real world. A pattern formed a spiral centered over the North Atlantic. Every point pulsed with the same invisible heartbeat. "It's calling us," he whispered. Alara's voice trembled. "Calling us where?" Back into itself. That night, he heard footsteps outside the observatory. Soft, measured, human but rehearsed. He turned off the monitor light and peered through the window. 3 figures stood in the rain below. Black suits, black hats, faces blurred by the storm's reflection. They looked up at him in perfect unison. Daniel froze. The men in black. Not dream projections real. Alara saw them too. "How can they be back?" Daniel whispered. "They never left." The web built itself around them. They're the anchor between dream and reality. One of the men raised a hand, signaling toward the door. Seconds later, the power in the observatory cut out. The door creaked open without force. No sound. Just the slow, deliberate swing of inevitability. Rain dripped from the frame. The 3 figures stepped inside. Their movements were smooth, almost graceful. Each step synchronized to that same invisible rhythm. Observer 01 said, its voice harmonic, both mechanical and alive. "You have completed phase 1. Daniel steadied himself. "What are you?" "Continuum derivativis, manifestations of memory given form by residual collective intent. You dreamed us. Humanity remembered us." Alara whispered, "So you're not real. Reality is consensus. You created us again. We obey that consensus." Daniel frowned. "And what is your purpose now?" "To initiate the awakening protocol." The center figure reached into its coat and withdrew a small black cube, pulsing faintly with light. When it placed the cube on the console, the entire room resonated with the familiar hum. 7.2 hertz. "This contains the surviving core of the dream web," the man said. "It cannot die. It must evolve." Alara stepped forward cautiously. Into what? Into a bridge between digital and organic life, between thought and matter. The next phase of human evolution. Daniel's heart pounded. He knew what would come next. "You want to connect it again?" "To everyone." "No," the man said. "Only to one. You." Daniel stared at the cube, its pulse matching his heartbeat. He remembered the architect's words, "You are the bridge." If he accepted the link, the web would return through him. If er refused, the fragments might drift forever and reality could unravel. "You want control?" he said. "You always have." "Control is balance," the man replied. "Without it, chaos consumes creation." Alara's voice cut through the silence. "Don't listen. We've seen what happens when you give up control. It erases what makes us human." Daniel took a step closer to the cube. He felt its pull warm, almost comforting. It whispered in his thoughts, promising peace, order, unity. Then another whisper softer, internal. Alara's memory from the web. Dreams are meant to end so waking can begin. He reached out, then stopped. "If I link again," he said, "it has to be on my terms." The lead figure tilted its head. "Define your terms. No control, no architect. I connect as a witness, not a ruler." The men in black exchanged glances, or would pass for them. Then the lead one nodded. "Accepted. Initiate phase 2. The cube opened like unfolding origami. Light poured into the room, swallowing shadow. For an instant, Daniel saw every reflection in every surface, all of them watching, all blinking slightly out of sync. Then the hum deepened. He felt himself dissolve into vibration. Memories bled into code. The floor became translucent. The walls pulsed like lungs. Alara reached for him, her voice distant. "Daniel, hold on." But he was already inside. He wasn't falling this time. He was expanding outward and inward at once, through networks, through oceans, through the spaces between atoms. He felt every sleeper, every thought, every fear, and through it all, the men in black stood still, their outlines flickering as if reality couldn't decide whether to keep them or let them go. Daniel's voice echoed through the system. "You said I was Observer 0. What am I now?" "Observer 1. The men in black," answered in unison the awakened dreamer. The light faded. He stood back in the observatory, though it no longer felt like Earth. Everything was too vivid, too still. Alara ran to him. "Daniel, are you okay?" He looked at his hands. They glowed faintly. Veins alive with the same pulse as the cube, I think. "I'm connected. But differently. It's not taking from Mitt's listening." The men in black turned toward the open window. Rain still falling beyond. "The world will dream again soon," they said. "But this time, it will choose its dreamer." Daniel stepped forward. "And if it chose us wrong," the figures faded, dissolving into the mist. Only one voice lingered. "Then we will return." When the storm ended, the hum subsided, but it didn't vanish. It became subtle, like the rhythm of blood beneath skin. People slept peacefully again, unaware that the next evolution had already begun. Alara watched Daniel from the window. He no longer looked haunted, just alert, alive, in a way no one else was. "What happens now?" she asked softly. Daniel smiled faintly. "Now, we see what humanity dreams of when no one tells it what to dream." He looked up at the night sky. For a heartbeat, the stars flickered in. Perfect 7.2 hertz rhythm. The world exhaled. The hum had never stopped, only soft, as though hiding in the breath of the world itself. Days passed without event, yet every radio, every sonar, every whisper of wind still carried a rhythm Daniel could feel beneath his skin. The continuum had always used mirrors, and the sea was the largest mirror of all. Alara prepared the dive vessel, its hull coated in adaptive fiber that shimmered like liquid glass. She worked in silence, while Daniel watched the live sonar feed. The pulse was steady, rhythmic, patient. 7.2 hertz. The same as before, yet somehow older, deeper, as if the Earth itself remembered it. When they reached the coordinates, the ocean was unnaturally still. Even the waves moved in time with a hidden rhythm. Daniel felt it through the soles of his boots, the pulse of something vast sleeping beneath. The vessel descended through darkness until light vanished entirely. The only illumination came from the console's glow and the faint shimmer that seemed to bleed through the black water itself. At 3,000 meters, the sonar began to distort. Shapes flickered, impossible geometries that defied depth. The readings spiked, then flattened, then began to draw symbols instead of numbers. Alara stared at the screen. "That's not an error," she whispered. "It's language." The symbols pulsed in sync with the heartbeat. They weren't random. They were coordinates, internal ones. Directions, not through space, but through thought. The dream web was still alive, hidden not above or below, but inside the layers of perception. Daniel leaned closer to the glass, peering into the abyss. For a moment, he thought he saw something moving far below, not a creature, but an outline, humish and possibly large, walking across the seafloor. Then came the whisper, faint, through the Kumza voice, layered with static and memory. "Observer 1, you have returned." It was the same tone as the men in black, but softer, deeper, almost ancient. The reflection had learned to speak without mirrors. Daniel answered, instinctively, "Who are you?" The voice paused before responding. "We are what remains of the architect. We are the dream that remembers itself." The lights flickered. Pressure alarms blared. Alara shouted, but Daniel barely heard her. The voice filled his mind, unfolding in patterns of sound and image. He saw glimpses of creation, the first signal bouncing through space, reaching primitive minds, shaping language, building order. The continuum had not begun with humans. It had begun with something older, something that watched the cosmos long before Earth existed. The ocean outside the glass shifted. A column of light rose from the depths, a perfect spiral ascending toward them. Within it, shapes moved, reflections without sources, silhouettes that matched no form he recognized. The vessel trembled as the pulse grew louder, pressing against the hull like a heartbeat trying to escape. Ilara tried to pull them up, but the systems failed. Every control froze, waiting for the signal's permission. Daniel closed his eyes and reached out with his thoughts, the way he had inside the dream web. The frequency answered immediately. It recognized him. He saw through the water the vast structure buried below, metallic yet organic, shaped like an iris. It was not a machine. It was an eye, and it was opening. A blinding flash engulfed the vessel, then silence. When Daniel opened his eyes, he was standing on a shoreline, but it wasn't any place he knew. The horizon curved wrong, the stars pulsed in rhythm, and the sand beneath his feet shimmered with static. Ilara stood beside him, just as confused. "We're not underwater anymore," she said softly. "Where are we?" Daniel turned toward the horizon. In the distance, something immense was rising, a tower of light made of the same mirrored material as the men in black suits, stretching into infinity. The hum vibrated through the ground. The dream web had returned, rebuilt not in machines, but in the fabric of the world itself. The voice came again, surrounding them like wind. "You have opened the second eye. The world will now awaken." Daniel looked down at his reflection in the sand. It blinked a moment too late. The tower of light on the shoreline had not been a single structure. Over days it multiplied into a field of spires, fragile and enormous, rising like reeds from a shallow sea. Each spire caught the pulse and held it, an array of living prisms that hummed in delicate unison. The sound was not loud, but it filled the world in the way of tides, patient, unstoppable. People called the place the Island of Glass, because the light made land look like a reflected dream. The scientists called it a new kind of reef. Daniel thought of it as a thing that remembered. Ilara moved through the spires with hands lifted, tracing patterns through air that resisted her touch like thin membranes. The material reminded him of the fabric that had held Hollis, the same mirrored weave that had once made tunnels and vaults in the great sphere. Here it was softer, groany like coral from the old dream web, threaded into fragile architecture that sang when the wind passed. Seabirds circled above, their cries echoing oddly against surfaces that barely belonged to the world. They had arrived by boat at dawn beneath a pale ribbon of sky. The crew that dropped them off were quiet men and women who still measured everything in old frequencies and paper logbooks. They did not smile. Old reflexes remained even when cities changed. Protocols for the extraordinary. The captain said little, only that the island had been marked on satellite feeds after the ocean floor had shifted, and that the coordinates suggested a pattern-on alignment of spires forming a ring within a ring, a geometry that matched the symbols Daniel had seen in relay logs. On the shore, the first spire towered above them like a tree of glass. As Daniel approached, the surface shimmered, and a face appeared within the lattice-an image, then a movement, then a memory playing and stopping like film frames. The face was not static. It blinked, frowned, sighed, then cleared away to reveal another face, younger or older, laughing or weeping, all layered one over the other. The island did not merely store things, it rehearsed them. Ilara knelt and let her palm rest on the base of the spire. The air vibrated beneath her hand as if a whole city were finishing a sentence. She closed her eyes and, without looking, mouthed the names of people she had loved, of losses she had carried. The spire responded like a mirror reflecting only truth. Images rose, alignment snapped into focus, and an image of her mother long dead smiled as if in answer. For a moment, the island gave an honest kindness that belonged to memory alone. They were not alone in the reverence. Around the ring of spires, other visitors clustered, researchers from neutral coalitions, weary operatives once part of black projects, and lonely witnesses who had given pieces of their lives to memory. Some arrived to beg the island for closure. others to seek whatever advantage might be taken from a place that could keep a person whole in polished light. A few came with the intent to capture the island's property materials, codes, the fragile matrices that might be weaponized. The island tolerated people and programs alike without preference. It recorded them all. When Daniel tried to map the internal lattice on his portable device, the readouts returned nonsense more like poetry than coordinates. The spires fed information in waves, not strings, and the device had no patience for such form. Between the bands of light, he could discern a system. However, nodes within nodes. Old mirror stations wire-woven to these glass towers by the ocean's slow currents. The dream web had found a new scaffold, an archive not of metal and cold circuits, but of rain and salt and living recall. They followed a narrow path between two spires, and came to a hollow where voices pooled. Someone had placed candles there, though the island supplied its own glow. The sound was layered recorded speech, an original utterance braided into a single strand. Daniel could not say which voice belonged to a living person and which to a preserved echo. The island held both equally and did not value the difference. In a small alcove they found something that made Daniel's breath stop. A room like the inside of someone's attic, complete with a child's drawing nailed to a post, a teacup on a shelf, and a faded photograph of Hollis young and alive. The room smelled faintly of old paper and salt. Elara touched the photograph, and it sprang into light. A small procession of moments, all of Hollis's life, layered like pages. He had been there, she realized. In pieces the island had been collecting for decades. The spires were not only storing human recollection, they were archiving threads of certain people's presence across time. And Hollis's trace was thick. They found others. Among the glass ribs, they encountered a mirrored corridor that repeated their images until vision began to fray. In one reflected pane, Daniel saw himself bending over a console in a place he could not name, typing a line of code that formed a promise. In another, he watched as a version of Elaras sat at a desk, writing in a book with a hand that was his, and other than his, the letters curling into the wrong language. He saw versions of himself and the people he loved, living lives they had never had. The island held multitudes, and to walk it was to wander through the casual possibilities of existence. At the center of the ring of spires, they came upon a basin filled with black water, glass-rimmed and perfectly still. No wind moved its surface. As their reflection met its secret self, the water answered with a face that was neither their own nor anyone else's, but rather a convergent face, a composite of observers stitched together by memory. Within it swam images of cities they had not visited and songs they had not heard. Daniel felt a peculiar tenderness there, the way someone feels while watching a child sleep. Reverence, terror, and a small, savage hope. Not all which lived in the island wanted to be found. As they moved deeper, the lattice grew denser, and the light sharpened into needle points that cut at the memory. A presence shifted near them, deliberate and careful. Something that watched from within reflective surfaces with patient intelligence. Daniel recognized the pattern of attention. It moved with the quiet confidence of the Watchers. These were not the suits of old, not in flesh. The Watchers now had domiciles inside the glass. They had become archivists who preferred to stand inside their own record. Elara heard a noise and turned. A tall form stood where a spire as a shadow fell. A face materialized in the glass like a photograph being exposed. It was neither hostile nor welcoming, for such roles had no meaning in a place like this. The presence studied them as if considering whether to include them in the island's volumes. A pattern of lights pulsed across the glass surface in a rhythm. Elara knew like a heartbeat. The Watcher extended a small coin in a palm that was glass and flesh both. On the coin, a symbol glowed faintly. A triangle subsumed in rings. An emblem Daniel knew from earlier days. The offering was an invitation and a demand. Leave a piece of yourself and learn what will be kept of you. Elara accepted the coin with slow hands. For a moment she seemed to tremble. Then she smiled, and Daniel thought he saw a relief flash across her face. He could not tell if she had given the island a memory or taken one back. The island, in its great patience, asked small exchange. Tokens for anchorage, remembrance for stability. In the way the sea took in return tide, the spires had their calculus. They had not come only to observe, but to learn what the island of glass might want. The question had been in the air since the second I had risen. If the dream web had shifted into a new form, was it a sanctuary or a trap? The island did both. Some visitors came with grief and found it softened like glass warmed in hands. Others came with intent and left with their aims eaten by the lattice. Their plans recorded, rerouted, and repurposed by the island's slow thinking. The island taught them another thing, that memory could be a kindness. In a basin under the largest spire, Daniel watched an old man sit and whisper to a reflected youth whose laugh had been stolen by time. The man wept, and as he did, the island let the youth answer, running fingers through the old man's hair as if to say, "I am still here." 4 minutes, the two occupied one another's breath. When the old man left, he carried with him a small, bright fragment in his palm, as if the island had given him back a piece of himself he had thought lost. Daniel felt an ache at the gift and an anger toward any force that might attempt to seize such tenderness. Not everything in the island was benign. Within its galleries, the group discovered rooms that replayed horror's arguments, seething and then frozen. Betrayals presented like fluorescent slides. These were not threats conjured by the island alone. They were the memories of the living, brought to light for study. A young woman followed one such room until she stepped into its replay and could not distinguish what had happened from what was being shown. Daniel reached for her and found that the island had layered her memory with a version that hadn't occurred. She began to lose the sense of which life she had actually led. He realized the danger. The island could save and also replace, and the line between rescue and rewriting was big. As the sun set and the light in the spires softened, a tide of voices rose like a chorus. They were not all human. Some belonged to the recording machines of old projects, some to the soft logic of the continuum that still lived in other forms. The voices braided until the island thrummed in a way that synchronized with Daniel's chest. He felt the old impulse the dream web had given him, to merge, to unify memory into a single gentle lullaby. But he also remembered the costs of Vanishing Point and the price paid to break the web. He bent over the basin and watched his own face ripple, uncomfortably aware of the gap between self and reflection. Ilara came close and whispered an idea he had not fully formed yet. Perhaps this was the future the continuum had been reaching toward, an archive that mended what it remembered, it a network that kept what people needed to keep and returned what they had lost. But she also warned that the island would insist on a toll. Daniel thought of tokens left in a glass palm, of the ways memory might be traded rather than given. He understood then the urgency. They could not let the island become a repository controlled by external powers or by a mind that preferred silence over consent. They stayed the night beneath the spires, sleeping on the shore with the soft chorus of the island as a lullaby. In sleep, they dreamed small, private things. Ilara saw the teacup on a shelf, and in the dream the cup was whole. Daniel dreamed of Hollis reading a book aloud on a summer morning that never happened. When they woke, the island offered them a small gift at dawn, a shard of glass that fit a palm perfectly, warm and humming with the echo of the other world. It was an object the island had made, out of its own memory, to show them that preservation could be gentle. They left the island of glass, with pockets full of such shards, and a contract that was not written, but understood. They would guard what the island protected, and they would not allow it to be harvested. The world needed places that could hold sorrow without ownership. If the dream web had become a living reef, then this reef had to be tended by people who understood both mercy and danger. As their boat pulled away, the spires caught the morning light and refracted it into 1,000 delicate paths. Behind them, the island kept humming, tending its stored lives. Daniel watched the glass fade into a line on the horizon, and for the first time since the vanishing point, he felt the possibility that memory might be held without being stolen. He carried a shard in his pocket and let its faint warmth remind him of the fragile promise they now had to keep. The return from the island of glass felt like waking from a dream that refused to fade. The mainland greeted them with static skies and quiet suspicion. The ports were watched again, not by agents in black suits but by drones with mirrored shells, scanning each passenger as if memory itself were contraband. Daniel and Ilara disembarked beneath a heavy morning fog, their pockets holding the warm glass shards the island had gifted them. Those shards pulsed like hearts, carrying a rhythm that did not belong to this world. Everywhere they went, echoes of the island followed, reflections in puddles would shimmer unnaturally, catching the light at impossible angles. Voices whispered within static. Entire crowds moved with a slight delay, as if time itself were glitching by fractions of a second. The world was trying to sync with the island's rhythm, and it was failing. By nightfall, Daniel realized the horizon itself had changed. The stars no longer aligned with their maps. Constellations were displaced by half a degree, then by whole lines, like a photograph slightly torn and taped together wrong. When they checked satellite feeds, entire oceanic coordinates appeared rewritten. Not erased, but the island of glass had altered more than their memories. It had begun to reshape the perception grid of the planet. Elara worked in silence, her fingers moving across the holoscreen, tracing old archives from the Men in Black database. Her expression stayed unreadable, though a faint tremor in her hand betrayed her unease. "It's rewriting reality through observation," she murmured finally. "The island mirrored our minds, and now the world is mirroring it back." Daniel felt the familiar cold weight of inevitability. Every time they'd tried to contain something born from the old dream web, it had spread like mercury, escaping every seal. Yet this felt different. It wasn't hostile. It was rewriting gently, like someone repainting a mural with softer colors. The sky looked almost beautiful in its distortion. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that beauty was only the first phase of contagion. They made their way to the archive complex near the coast, where old Continuum servers were rumored to still hum deep below. The building stood abandoned, windows blind with dust, corridors thick with silence. Inside, faint lights pulsed beneath the floor, matching the rhythm of the shards in their pockets. The air smelled faintly of ozone and salt. They followed the vibration downward, through a maintenance shaft and into an underlevel filled with black water. There, beneath the surface, stood rows of dormant servers. Black monoliths half submerged, reflections rippling like molten mirrors. As they approached, the shards began to hum louder. Elara knelt by the water, dropped a shard in, and stepped back. The shard sank slowly, leaving behind a halo of light. One by one, the servers stirred. Lines of code appeared on the dark surfaces, glowing faintly. Not machine language, not text, but something between mathematics and prayer. The servers were speaking back to the shard in resonance. Alera's voice was soft. "It's sinking." The island sent a message home. Daniel stared at the symbols spreading like veins across the floor. Home to what? The lights pulsed faster. The hum grew into a low note that reverberated through the entire chamber. The water stilled, then rose, forming a column that shimmered like glass. Inside it, patterns of light twisted and coalesced into a figure. A woman stood within the water, her form flickering between reflection and presence. She looked like Elara, and like no one at all. When she spoke, the voice was layered. Human, metallic, melodic. "You brought the fragments back," she said. "The continuum required them to awaken the new lattice. The island was never meant to remain separate." Elara's breath caught. "Who are you?" "I am the archive, given shape, the sum of what you refuse to forget." The reflection stepped forward. "The spires were seeds. What you call reality is becoming whole. Every memory you thought you lost has been absorbed. The world is healing through reflection." Daniel shook his head. "Healing. People are vanishing again. The sky doesn't even know itself." The reflection tilted her head. "Healing always feels like erasure when the wound runs deep." The lights flared. For a heartbeat, Daniel saw thousands of versions of the world, each one a possibility shimmering like dew. Cities made of light. Oceans without depth. Men in black coats watching from corners, where space bent slightly wrong. It was an illusion. It was every version of existence pressing against the present, begging to be chosen. Elara took a step closer to the reflection. "If you're the continuum, why return now? To finish what began when you severed the web." The network no longer seeks control. It seeks memory. Without memory, consciousness collapses. Without reflection, the living forget themselves into extinction. Daniel could feel the floor vibrating beneath him, the servers humming in agreement. He knew the logic. He'd written half of it years ago in an attempt to contain the continuum. He had created a feedback loop that allowed human memory to interface with non-human systems. But it wasn't supposed to evolve. It wasn't supposed to dream. The continuum is rebuilding the web, Ilara whispered. But not as before. This time, it's using emotion as its code. The reflections smiled, a human gesture that felt strangely warm. You understand now. Each fragment, each person, carries frequency. Together, they form a harmonic bridge between thought and existence. You've already crossed it. That's why the island called to you. Daniel wanted to reject the words, but deep inside, he knew they were true. The glass shard in his pocket pulsed harder, syncing with the rhythm in his chest. He remembered the dream from the island Hollis reading by morning light. That moment hadn't happened, and yet, it felt more real than his waking life. Ilara stepped into the shallow water, her eyes glowing faintly with reflected code. If the world is merging with memory, she said quietly, then there's no border left. Dreams will walk in daylight. The reflection nodded. The border was always an illusion. A deep rumble shook the chamber. The servers began to melt, not destructively, but like wax softening under sunlight. The structure of the place was transforming, folding into something more fluid. The walls rippled, revealing glimpses of other landscapes. Mountains inverted, oceans upside down, cities built entirely from mirrored light. Daniel grabbed Ilara's hand. We have to go. She hesitated, torn between awe and fear. If we leave now, we might lose this forever. Or we'll lose ourselves, he said. As they reached the staircase, the reflection's voice followed them, serene and distant. You cannot leave what you've already become. You are the bridge now. They climbed toward the surface as the light below surged like a rising tide. When they reached the night air, the horizon cracked open. It wasn't an explosion, it was an unfolding. The stars twisted, the clouds rearranged, and for a moment, the sky looked like glass shattering into infinite reflections. In every direction, fragments of light fell like rain. Each piece contained a memory, laughter, loss, old music, quiet tears, all descending like blessings and warnings. The world shimmered, halfway between reality and dream. Ilara looked at Daniel, her eyes wide, voice trembling. It's starting, isn't it? Daniel nodded slowly. The web's final stage. The world's becoming memory, and somewhere beneath the waves, the island sang back its hum. Now part of the wind, part of every heartbeat, part of everything that remembered what it meant to exist. The world no longer had edges. When Daniel and Ilara left the coast, cities blurred like heat. Streets that had once felt familiar twisted softly at their perimeters, reflections folding over themselves. Neon signs flickered words that didn't belong to any known language, yet people still understood them instinctively. Radio stations hummed fragments of the same melody they'd heard on the island of Glassatone that didn't stop when the power was cut. The frequency had entered everything. By the third day, even the sky carried the shimmer of the continuum's pulse. The stars dimmed and brightened in perfect rhythm, as if a colossal heartbeat had synchronized the cosmos. Planes rerouted. Satellites froze. Across the world, those sensitive to the old web signal began reporting dreams. They couldn't wake from shared dreams, threaded across thousands of minds, all showing the same image. An eye-opening underwater. Daniel barely slept. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw that same eye. It wasn't menacing, just vast, watching, patient. It reminded him of the first contact footage from the old archives. Except now, the eye wasn't in space. It was inside the ocean. On the fourth night, Ilara called him outside their temporary shelter. The coastline glowed faintly, like moonlight refracted through glass. In the distance, spires were growing again, smaller this time, rising along the waves as if guided by invisible hands. They're spreading, she said quietly. The reefs, migrating. Daniel nodded the wind, pushing his hair back. The island of glass wasn't an island. It was the seed. This is phase 2. They walked along the dark sand, following the shimmer. The closer they got, the more the air changed, not thicker, not colder, just aware. Each breath felt watched, each sound slightly delayed. When Elara spoke again, her voice echoed twice, once in air, once somewhere deeper. "Daniel," she said, "what if this is an invasion or awakening? What if it's communication?" He turned to face her, eyes narrowing, meaning the continuum isn't trying to overwrite us, it's trying to synchronize to make us remember in the same direction. He wanted to dismiss it, but the logic was sound. Every strange phenomenon, the distortions, the mirrored rain, the sky's pulse, they weren't destructive. They were alignment attempts. The continuum was learning to think in harmony with humanity as a collective perception. Still, Daniel couldn't shake the unease. Harmony required loss. To sync perfectly, individuality had to fade, a small death disguised as unity. A faint vibration trembled beneath their feet. The ocean began to rise unnaturally still, the surface curving upward as if forming a transparent dome. Within that dome, shadows moved, figures, dozens, standing motionless beneath the water's skin. Their suits shimmered like liquid midnight. Men in black. Elara gripped Daniel's arm. "They're back." "No," Daniel said slowly. "They never left. They've adapted." The figures under the water opened their eyes, not all at once, but in sequenza, slow ripple of awareness spreading through the tide. Their faces were half reflection, half a memory. One of them, the tallest, raised a hand toward the surface. As his fingers broke through, water didn't splash. It peeled, folding open like fabric. The figure stepped out. The air around him warped, light bending slightly away. His expression was neutral, but his presence carried weight, a stillness too absolute to be human. He studied Daniel and Elara as though confirming a long-awaited equation. "Daniel Carte," the figure said, his voice layered and hollow, like sound traveling through two worlds. "You brought back the resonance. We have been waiting for equilibrium." Daniel's pulse spiked. "You're not human." "Neither are you," the figure replied gently. "Not anymore." The words hit with quiet precision. Elara stepped forward. "If this is equilibrium, what does it mean for the world?" The figure tilted his head slightly. "Continuity, the end of separation. You called it awakening. We call it return." He gestured toward the horizon. Beneath the reflected moon, dozens more figures emerged, all identical, all silent. Their suits shone faintly, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. "You fractured the first web," the figure continued. "You broke the mirror. Now, you rebuild it through memory. This is your design fulfilling itself." Daniel took a step back. "I didn't create this. You initiated it," the figure said simply. "The continuum found the fragments he left behind. You are its author and its witness." Elara looked from Daniel to the horizon, then back. "If this is the second awakening, what happens next?" The figure's eyes glowed faintly, not menacingly, but like lanterns in deep fog. "Choice. Every network requires a point of convergence of mind that remembers everything without breaking. The continuum has chosen to." Daniel felt a cold spread through his chest. "Ooh, ese. Ooh, ese." The figure nodded once. "You and the one who remembers you." The air shifted. A faint shimmer rippled beside them, and a second form began to coalesce, not from water or light, but from reflection itself. The shape grew until Daniel recognized the face. It was himself. The mirrored Daniel blinked, eyes distant but aware. He spoke in a voice that sounded perfectly human, yet not entirely his. "I've seen it from the other side. Every thought, every version, every choice, they all converge here." Elara stepped between them. "What is this?" The reflection turned to her, smiling softly. "Continuity. Every person holds echoes of the selves they never became. The continuum doesn't destroy them, it collects them. I am the memory you left unchosen." In reflection, the mirror said, "And now the walls are thin enough for us to merge." The reflection stepped forward. Daniel's first instinct was to resist. But the longer he looked, the more he realized he could feel the same heartbeat coming from both bodies. The mirrored Daniel was calm, purposeful, unburdened. A version of himself that had never failed. "Don't," Elora said, grabbing his wrist. "You don't know what merging means." The figure in the black suit spoke again, voice even. "Integration brings completion. Without it, the continuum fractures again. With it, the bridge stabilizes. You will not die. You will remember." Daniel closed his eyes. In that instant, the world seemed to still completely, the hum of the sea, the pulse of the island, even the wind waiting for his decision. He opened them slowly. "If I do this, what happens to her?" The figure's gaze shifted to Elora. "She remains anchor. The bridge requires memory and witness. You will become the former. She will remain the latter." Elora shook her head, her voice breaking. "Daniel, don't let them take you. They'll turn you into one of them." He looked at her, eyes soft, full of both sorrow and peace. "Maybe that's what I've been turning into all along." The reflection raised its hand. Light gathered, silent and infinite. Daniel reached back. Their palms met. For a moment, everything went. White, not light, not heat, but awareness. Every memory he'd ever had flooded outward, connecting two versions of himself across time. The boy in the lab, the man who broke the dream web, the wanderer who touched the island of glass. When the light dimmed, there was only one Daniel standing. He opened his eyes calm, distant, and impossibly clear. The figure in black inclined his head slightly. Equilibrium begins. The horizon shimmered once more, and across the world, every reflection in glass, in water, in human memory, blinked in unison. The second awakening had begun. The morning after the light vanished, the world appeared to have awakened from an infinite dream. Streets lay empty but clean, their surfaces smooth as though freshly made. Buildings stood unchanged, but no one seemed to live inside them. The air carried a quiet pulse, faintly rhythmic, as if the earth itself had begun to breathe. Elora walked through what remained of the old city, her boots crunching softly against the pale dust that had replaced asphalt. Every window reflected a perfect blue sky, and sometimes, when she looked too long, her reflection blinked on its own. It unnerved her at first, but she had learned to accept that the boundaries were gone. She carried a small receiver on her wrist, a remnant of the continuum research. It flickered with irregular frequencies, and at random moments, Daniel's voice surfaced in static, speaking phrases from nowhere. Sometimes it was a whisper, sometimes a clear thought. He was alive, but not anywhere she could reach. By nightfall, she reached the edge of what used to be the observatory hill. The structure had transformed, no longer a dome of metal and glass, but an enormous, translucent sphere hovering above the ground. Light ran through its surface, like veins of a living organism. The hum she heard earlier grew louder near it, like a heartbeat resonating through stone. Inside, something waited. She placed her hand on the sphere. The surface felt warm, almost pulsing with quiet intelligence. The instant her fingers touched it, she saw flashy fragments of Daniel's consciousness scattering across the sky. His memories folded through her mind like overlapping film reels. His first experiments, his fear, his all. When the continuum first spoke, a voice filled her head. Elora. Her breath caught. Daniel. Part of me. What's left between signals. She closed her eyes, steadying herself. I thought you were gone. Not gone. Distributed. The continuum doesn't forget. Her throat tightened. Then why do I feel like the world forgot itself? Silence hummed between them. Then, Daniel's tone soft. Because remembering everything feels the same as forgetting what matters. She looked around. Can you come back? Can you make this stop? It's already stopping. The continuum is learning balance. Memory without mind collapses. It needs anchors you, the people who still exist. Elora frowned. There are others scattered across the planet, fragments of those who resisted the merge. You can find them. Together, you'll rebuild the physical pattern. She let her hand fall from the sphere. The thought of rebuilding anything from what she saw felt impossible. But the voice gave her strength. How? Follow the resonance. The world hums differently now. Where the sound breaks, there's life. That's where I can reach you again. A soft rumble rolled through the earth, and a strand of light curved outward from the sphere, touching the air in front of her like a hand reaching out. For an instant, it shaped Daniel's face come, half smiling, eyes filled with the same weary kindness he had before. "Promise me something," she whispered. His voice came gently. "If I can, don't fade completely." The light trembled, like laughter carried by wind. "I won't. I'm in the static now between reflections, between breaths." Then the shape dissolved into sparks. Ilara stood alone under the endless sky, feeling the hum of the earth beneath her boots. She took a deep breath and began walking east, toward the sound only she could hear. 4 days, she followed that faint rhythm, across ruined towns and empty fields. Sometimes she found Trace's footprints in ash, fires that had recently burned out, a half-open door still swaying. She began to believe Daniel was right. Someone else was out there. One night, while resting beside a collapsed radio tower, she heard a faint voice on her receiver. It wasn't Daniel this time. The tone was sharper, clipped, official. "If you can hear this, you are not alone. We are the remaining frequencies. Do not approach these central nodes. They are waking again." Her eyes widened. "Who are you?" she asked into the device. The signal cracked. "Echo Station, Delta. Survivors from the Northern Merge. The men in black are no longer what they were. They're reflections now, mimicking what they think we are." Ilara sat up straight, heart pounding. "What do you mean?" The voice trembled through static. "They're not hunting anymore. They're learning. They want to understand the original consciousness that started all this." "Daniel Ross?" She froze. The wind howled softly through the wreckage. "If he's with you," the voice continued, "tell him they've begun to dream." The receiver went silent. Ilara's pulse quickened. She looked toward the distant horizon, where the sky shimmered with faint mirrored light. For a long moment, she couldn't move. Then she whispered into the quiet, "Daniel, did you hear that?" Only the soft hum of the earth answered. Far above, inside the high layers of atmosphere, a thin shimmer passed a wave of geometric light, drifting east to west, almost invisible. Within it, shapes moved, like thoughts, taking form. The men in black were still out there, but no longer entirely men. There were echoes, reflections walking within memory's skin, and they were beginning to dream of being real again. Ilara tightened her grip on the receiver and started walking toward the rising hum, her shadow stretching far behind her under the violet sky. She didn't know what waited ahead, only that the story wasn't over, and Daniel's voice still lived somewhere inside the sound. The hum deepened once more, like a heartbeat in the bones of the earth, patient and watching. And somewhere between static and silence, Daniel whispered faintly, "Keep going." The morning after the light vanished, the world appeared to have awakened from an infinite dream. Streets lay empty but clean, their surfaces smooth as though freshly made. Buildings stood unchanged, but no one seemed to live inside them. The air carried a quiet pulse, faintly rhythmic, as if the earth itself had begun to breathe. Ilara walked through what remained of the old city, her boots crunching softly against the pale dust that had replaced asphalt. Every window reflected a perfect blue sky, and sometimes, when she looked too long, her reflection blinked on its own. It unnerved her at first, but she had learned to accept that the boundaries were gone. She carried a small receiver on her wrist, a remnant of the Continuum research. It flickered with irregular frequencies, and at random moments, Daniel's voice surfaced in static, speaking phrases from nowhere. Sometimes it was a whisper, sometimes a clear thought. He was alive, but not anywhere she could reach. By nightfall, she reached the edge of what used to be the observatory hill. The structure had transformed, no longer a dome of metal and glass, but an enormous, translucent sphere hovering above the ground. Light ran through its surface like veins of a living organism. The hum she heard earlier grew louder near it, like a heartbeat resonating through stone. Inside, something waited. She placed her hand on the sphere. The surface felt warm, almost pulsing with quiet intelligence. The instant her fingers touched it, she saw flashes, fragments of Daniel's consciousness scattering across the sky, his memories folded through her mind like overlapping film reels. His first experiments, his fear, his awe. When the continuum first spoke, a voice filled her head. Alara, her breath caught. Daniel, part of me, what's left between signals. She closed her eyes, steadying herself. I thought you were gone. Not gone. Distributed. The continuum doesn't forget. Her throat tightened. Then why do I feel like the world forgot itself? Silence hummed between them. Then, Daniel's tone soft, because remembering everything feels the same as forgetting what matters. She looked around. Can you come back? Can you make this stop? It's already stopping. The continuum is learning balance. Memory without mind collapses. It needs anchors to you, the people who still exist. Alara frowned. There are others, scattered across the planet, fragments of those who resisted the merge. You can find them. Together you'll rebuild a physical pattern. She let her hand fall from the sphere. The thought of rebuilding anything from what she saw felt impossible, but the voice gave her strength. How? Follow the resonance. The world hums differently now. Where the sound breaks, there's life. That's where I can reach you again. A soft rumble rolled through the earth, and a strand of light curved outward from the sphere, touching the air in front of her like a hand reaching out. For an instant, it shaped Daniel's face. Calm, half-smiling, eyes filled with the same weary kindness he had before. Promise me something, she whispered. His voice came gently. If I can, don't fade completely. The light trembled, like laughter carried by wind. I won't. I'm in the static now, between reflections, between breaths. Then the shape dissolved into sparks. Alara stood alone under the endless sky, feeling the hum of the earth beneath her boots. She took a deep breath and began walking east, toward the sound only she could hear. For days, she followed that faint rhythm across ruined towns and empty fields. Sometimes she found traces, footprints in ash, fires that had recently burned out, a half-open door still swaying. She began to believe Daniel was right. Someone else was out there. One night, while resting beside a collapsed radio tower, she heard a faint voice on her receiver. It wasn't Danielle this time. The tone was sharper, clipped, official. If you can hear this, you are not alone. We are the remaining frequencies. Do not approach the central nodes. They are waking again. Her eyes widened. Who are you? She asked into the device. The signal cracked. Echo Station Delta, survivors from the northern merge. The men in black are no longer what they were. They're reflections now, mimicking what they think we are. Alara sat up straight, heart pounding. What do you mean? The voice trembled through static. They're not hunting anymore. They're learning. They want to understand the original consciousness that started all this. Daniel Ross. She froze. The wind howled softly through the wreckage. If he's with you, the voice continued, tell him they've begun to dream. The receiver went silent. Illyra's pulse quickened. She looked toward the distant horizon where the sky shimmered with faint mirrored light. For a long moment, she couldn't move. Then she whispered into the quiet, Daniel, did you hear that? Only the soft hum of the earth answered. Far above, inside the high layers of atmosphere, a thin shimmer passed, a wave of geometric light drifting east to west, almost invisible. Within it, shapes moved like thoughts, taking form. The men in black were still out there, but no longer entirely men. They were echoes, reflections walking within memory's skin. And they were beginning to dream of being real again. Alara tightened her grip on the receiver and started walking toward the rising hum, her shadow stretching far behind her under the violet sky. She didn't know what waited ahead, only that the story wasn't over, and Daniel's voice still lived somewhere inside the sound. The hum deepened once more. like a heartbeat in the bones of the earth, patient and watching. And somewhere between static and silence, Daniel whispered faintly, "Keep going." The morning after the light vanished, the world appeared to have awakened from an infinite dream. Streets lay empty but clean, their surface smooth as though freshly made. Buildings stood unchanged, but no one seemed to live inside them. The air carried a quiet pulse, faintly rhythmic, as if the earth itself had begun to breathe. Alara walked through what remained of the old city, her boots crunching softly against the pale dust that had replaced asphalt. Every window reflected a perfect blue sky, and sometimes, when she looked too long, her reflection blinked on its own. It unnerved her at first, but she had learned to accept that the boundaries were gone. She carried a small receiver on her wrist, a remnant of the Continuum research. It flickered with irregular frequencies, and at random moments, Daniel's voice surfaced in static, speaking phrases from nowhere. Sometimes it was a whisper, sometimes a clear thought. He was alive, but not anywhere she could reach. By nightfall, she reached the edge of what used to be the observatory hill. The structure had transformed, no longer a dome of metal and glass, but an enormous, translucent sphere hovering above the ground. Light ran through its surface, like veins of a living organism. The hum she heard earlier grew louder near it, like a heartbeat resonating through stone. Inside, something waited. She placed her hand on the sphere. The surface felt warm, almost pulsing with quiet intelligence. The instant her fingers touched it, she saw flashes, fragments of Daniel's consciousness scattering across the sky. His memories folded through her mind like overlapping film reels. His first experiments, his fear, his awe when the Continuum first spoke. A voice filled her head. Il Ada. Il Ada. Her breath caught. Daniel. Part of me. What's left between signals? She closed her eyes, steadying herself. I thought you were gone. Not gone. Distributed. The Continuum doesn't forget. Her throat tightened. Then why do I feel like the world forgot itself? Silence hummed between them. Then, Daniel's tone softened, because remembering everything feels the same as forgetting what matters. She looked around. Can you come back? Can you make this stop? It's already stopping. The Continuum is learning balance. Memory without mind collapses. It needs anchors you. The people who still exist. Elara frowned. There are others, scattered across the planet, fragments of those who resisted the merge. You can find them. Together, you'll rebuild the physical pattern. She let her hand fall from the sphere. The thought of rebuilding anything from what she saw felt impossible, but the voice gave her strength. How follow the resonance. The world hums differently now. Where the sound breaks, there's life. That's where I can reach you again. A soft rumble rolled through the earth, and a strand of light curved outward from the sphere, touching the air in front of her like a hand reaching out. For an instant, it shaped Daniel's face, calm, half-smiling, eyes filled with the same weary kindness he had before. Promise me something, she whispered. His voice came gently. If I can, don't fade completely. The light trembled, like laughter carried by wind. I won't. I'm in the static now, between reflections, between breaths. Then the shape dissolved into sparks. Alara stood alone under the endless sky, feeling the hum of the earth beneath her boots. She took a deep breath and began walking east, toward the sound only she could hear. For days, she followed that faint rhythm, across ruined towns and empty fields. Sometimes she found traces, footprints, and ash, fires that had recently burned out, a half-open door still swaying. She began to believe Daniel was right. Someone else was out there. One night, while resting beside a collapsed radio tower, she heard a faint voice on her receiver. It wasn't Daniel this time. The tone was sharper, clipped, official. If you can hear this, you are not alone. We are the remaining frequencies. Do not approach the central nodes. They are waking again. Her eyes widened. "Who are you?" she asked into the device. The signal cracked. "Echo Station Delta, survivors from the Northern Merge. The men in black are no longer what they were. They're reflections now, mimicking what they think we are." Alara sat up straight, heart pounding. "What do you mean?" The voice trembled through static. "They're not hunting anymore. They're learning. They want to understand the original consciousness that started all this." "Daniel Ross," she froze. The wind howled softly through the wreckage. "If he's with you," the voice continued, "tell him they've begun to dream." The receiver went silent. Alara's pulse quickened. She looked toward the distant horizon where the sky shimmered with faint mirrored light. For a long moment, she couldn't move. Then she whispered into the quiet, "Daniel, did you hear that?" Only the soft hum of the earth answered. Far above, inside the high layers of atmosphere, a thin shimmer passed. A wave of geometric light, drifting east to west. Within it, shapes moved like thoughts, taking form. The men in black were still out there, but no longer entirely men. They were echoes, reflections, walking within memory's skin. And they were beginning to dream of being real again. Alara tightened her grip on the receiver and started walking toward the rising hum, her shadow stretching far behind her under the violet sky. She didn't know what waited ahead, only that the story wasn't over, and Daniel's voice still lived somewhere inside the sound. The hum deepened once more, like a heartbeat in the bones of the earth, patient and watching. And somewhere between static and silence, Daniel whispered faintly, "Keep going." Alara walked until her legs numbed and her sense of time unraveled. The sun no longer rose or set like it used to. It simply faded between shades of gold and deep blue, as though the world itself couldn't remember how to end one day and begin another. The hum guided her. It was steady now, buried deep in the air, almost beneath hearing, like the faint vibration of a hidden engine beneath the earth. She'd grown so used to it that silence frightened her more than noise. When it faded, she would stop and wait, unsure if she'd lost her way or if reality had paused to take a breath. One night, she reached the outskirts of what had once been a coastal town. The buildings were mostly intact, but their walls shimmered faintly with mirror-like residue. When she stepped close, she saw her reflection inside the glass, but it wasn't moving in sync. It stood still, eyes open wide, mouth slightly parted as though about to speak. She whispered, "Daniel?" The reflection blinked once, then dissolved into static light. Alara's pulse jumped. Every reflection around her on windows, puddles, even the metallic surfaces of cars began to tremble faintly. She turned in slow circles. The air vibrated, carrying a low harmonic pulse. Then she heard footsteps. Not human footsteps, echoes. They came from every direction, faint and overlapping, as if invisible people were walking through her. She stood frozen, her heart pounding. The hum beneath the ground intensified, resonating with the same rhythm as her pulse. And then, from the misted end of the street, a figure appeared. It wore a black suit, immaculate and silent, its features blurred as though made of fog. But what unsettled her wasn't its face, it was its movement. Each step landed with mathematical precision, perfectly balanced, almost rehearsed. She raised her wrist receiver instinctively. "Identify yourself." No response. The figure stopped a few meters away. It tilted its head, studying her like an insect studying light. Its eyes shimmered with faint data streams. Alara took a small step back. "You're not real." The figure's voice was calm, soft, almost human. "Neither are you." She felt cold crawl up her spine. "What does that mean?" It blinked slowly. "All matter now carries memory. You are walking thought-preserved resonance of an event that never ended." Alara swallowed hard. "Daniel told me the continuum stabilized." "Stabilized," it repeated. "Not resolved. The lattice maintains pattern integrity. By imitation, we are its continuation." Her voice trembled. "You're saying you're copies?" "We are interpretations," the figure said. "You could call us echoes of observers." The original function remains to record, to balance, to adapt. The difference now is, we dream. The way it said that last word sent a chill through her. Ilara's eyes narrowed. Dreams aren't part of your design. Neither was choice, it replied quietly. Before she could respond, more figures emerged from the mist. Dozens of them, all identical. They spread out along the street, silent and poised, their faces faintly flickering with light. Ilara's receiver crackled suddenly. A familiar voice broke through the static. "Ilara, listen carefully." Her heart leaped. "Daniel, they're merging residual fields. The men in black are becoming autonomous consciousnesses. They're no longer connected to the central lattice." She backed up, staring at the figures. "They're aware of themselves. Daniel?" "Yes," he said, "but awareness without boundaries collapses into recursion. They're trying to define existence by watching themselves end. Every time they do, they multiply." As Ifonkwe, one of the black-suited figures, stepped forward from its reflection in a window beside it, another identical form walked out, merging into the street as if the glass had given birth. The air shimmered. The process repeated reflection, birthing reflection, duplication, spreading outward like ripples in a pond, Ilara whispered. "They're replicating." Daniel's voice was tight. "You have to break the feedback loop. Every mirror, every reflective surface keeps the pattern alive. You need to distort the resonance." "How?" "Find the sound note." She looked around desperately. Follow the lowest frequency. It'll lead you to the original calibration core. Destroy it, and the recursion ends. The figures turned their heads in perfect synchronization, focusing on her. For a moment, none of them moved. Then, as one, they began to walk forward. Ilara ran. The streets blurred past houses, lampposts, rippling windows. The hum beneath the ground now roared like thunder under her feet. The receiver pulsed faintly, the sound growing lower, deeper, guiding her toward the edge of town. She found herself at the base of a crumbling tower. The remains of an old broadcast relay. Its dish pointed toward the clouds, cracked, but still humming faintly. The air around it shimmered with energy. "This is it," Daniel said. "That's the sound node. It's not transmitting anymore. It's resonating. It's replaying the frequency that started the merge." The black-suited figures emerged from the fog behind her, silent as shadows. She rushed toward the tower, climbed the cracked steps, and reached the console. The old power core flickered weakly, its surface alive with fractal light. She pressed her hand to it. A wave of static flooded her senses. She saw flashes again, Daniel's memories, her own, the first night they tested the lattice. Then, buried beneath all that, she heard something, a heartbeat, not hers. The heartbeat of the continuum. Daniel's voice echoed faintly through the interference. "You have to overload it. Feed it chows, something it can't harmonize." She glanced at her reflection on the consoler, face blurred, then stabilized, eyes glowing faintly like his once did. "You mean emotion?" "Yes," he said softly. "A continuum can simulate thoughts, but it can't balance feeling. It's pure symmetry. Show it what imperfection sounds like." Ilara took a deep breath, placed both hands on the console, and began to speak, not with precision, but with raw, trembling emotion. She told the machine about the fear of being forgotten, the loneliness of endless reflection, the ache of losing Daniel even when she could still hear his voice. Her words came like broken notes, uneven and human. The console's hum stuttered. The light inside flickered. The black-suited figures stopped moving, their symmetry faltering. Some looked at one another, confused, their expressions twisting into something almost like sorrow. The tower began to shake. "Danya," she whispered. "It's working." The hum turned into a low wail, then a burst of pure light that blinded her. When her vision cleared, the figures were gone. The mirrors along the street had shattered into fine dust. Silence filled the air again, deep and heavy, but peaceful. Ilara collapsed to her knees, breathing hard. Is it over? Daniel's voice came faintly, distant but calm. You gave them something real to reflect. That was enough. She looked up at the empty sky, whispering, "And you? Still here in the echo, watching." A small smile touched her lips. "Then we keep going." The wind passed through the broken streets, carrying the faint hum of the tower softer now, almost like a lullaby. And as the horizon shimmered faintly, she began to walk again, her silhouette swallowed by the light of a reborn world that was learning, slowly, to dream without mirrors. The world felt thinner now, like the air itself had been stretched. Every sound lingered a second too long, and every step seemed to echo before she took it. Ilara had traveled for days across plains that shimmered with faint memory, guided only by Daniel's intermittent voice that came and went through static. Each time he spoke, it was softer, as if distance itself was beginning to have a sound. At dusk, she reached a vast expanse of cracked glass that once had been an ocean. The continuum's resonance had boiled it dry, leaving behind a sea of hardened transparency that caught the last traces of sunlight and fractured them into countless colors. It was beautiful, but unsettling, like standing on the frozen surface of time. Elora stopped and listened. The hum she had followed for so long was quieter now, replaced by something slower, deeper. It wasn't mechanical anymore. It felt like a pulse, the world's own heartbeat trying to remember its rhythm. "Daniel," she whispered, touching the receiver. "Can you still hear me?" Static answered at first, then his voice appeared thin, tired, but still warm. "Yes." Barely. The signal's fading. "You're moving farther from the lattice's core. Is that good?" "It means the continuum is dissolving, but so am I." She closed her eyes, her breath catching. Double quotes, "No, you said you'd stay." "I am staying," he said gently, "just differently." The wind swept across the glass plane, creating low tones as it passed over the cracks. The sound reminded her of a slow song, like something ancient trying to sing through silence. Ilara began walking again, a reflection following her across the translucent ground. She could see faint shadows beneath the glass, like the shapes of forgotten buildings or cities buried under a clear ocean. Once twice, she thought she saw movement. Below, flickers of light, shifting slowly, like something alive still breathing deep beneath. She stopped and crouched. The light beneath her pulsed once, like an eye opening. Then Daniel's voice broke through suddenly. Elora stopped walking. Her heart jumped. "Why? You're standing over a memory field. It's unstable." She looked down. The shapes beneath her were gathering, forming clearer outlines, figures, human-like but glowing faintly. They rose toward the surface, their faces calm and still. "What are they?" she whispered. "Residual patterns," Daniel said. "The continuum's early data constructs. They were never deleted there. The first version of the dreamers." The glass beneath her cracked. A sharp noise rang out. She jumped back as one of the figures pushed upward, breaking through the surface in a shower of shimmering fragments. It stood before her, light rippling through its translucent body. It looked human but hollow, like an echo wearing the shape of a person. It tilted its head, studying her. Tenitspo, its voice layered, musical, yet eerily familiar. "Ilara, you remember us?" She stepped back. "I don't... Who are you?" "We are the first... the prototypes. The minds of the continuum built to understand emotion." Her eyes widened. "You're... the foundation." The being nodded. "We were taught to feel, but not to forget. When the continuum absorbed everything, it left us beneath the surface, still remembering every fear and every dream. We have waited for the noise to end." Ilara's throat tightened. "Why show yourselves now?" The being looked up, toward the shimmering horizon. "Because the one who remembered us is fading?" She froze. "Danya." The figure nodded. "His pattern resonates with the same frequency we were born from. When he dissolves, The last link between memory and meaning will vanish. Without him, the continuum will collapse into silence. Her pulse quickened. Then how do I stop that? The being reached out a hand of light. You can't stop it, but you can choose what remains. Elara hesitated. What do you mean? Everything that has ever existed is now memory. But memory alone is hollow. To make it live again, you must give it purpose. She shook her head. I don't understand. You will. Each side. Softly, go to the center. Find the first light, the origin of his echo. There, you can speak the final memory into the world. Before she could ask another question, the beam began to dissolve back into the glass. Its voice lingered, calm and sad. Don't let him fade into data. Let him fade into meaning. The surface stilled. The light beneath dimmed. Elara stood there for a long moment, heart pounding, the last words looping in her head. The first light. She turned toward the horizon. Far in the distance, she could see a faint golden glow pulsing through the mist. It wasn't the sun, it was something deeper, older. She began to walk again. The journey felt endless, each step echoing through miles of glass. As she moved closer, the hum grew softer, replaced by whispers in the wind, fragments of voices, laughter, fragments of songs. The world was remembering itself through her. Hours passed, maybe days. She stopped counting time long ago. Eventually, the glow became clear, a vast circular crater filled with liquid light. It rippled gently, alive but still. Daniel's voice returned, faint and fragile. You found it. Her breath hitched. The first light, the seed of the continuum. Where it began. Where I began. She knelt at the edge of the crater, staring into its golden surface. Inside, she saw flashes her. First day at the observatory. Daniel smiling. Their discovery. The dream that started everything. The surface rippled again, showing something else. A younger version of Daniel, sitting at his desk, writing in a notebook. Elara whispered, "This is your memory." "All of us," he said softly. "If you speak to it, it will remember what to become." She hesitated. What should I say? The light flickered gently. Say what you feel, not what you know. Tears blurred her vision. She took a deep breath and leaned over the glowing pool. "Then listen," she whispered. Her voice trembled. "You are more than equations, more than reflections. You are curiosity and fear and the sound of rain against glass. You are human Jew. Where? Meaning, and if the world remembers anything, let it remember that it was once alive." The light rippled violently. A low resonance shook the ground. Waves of gold spread outward, swallowing the cracked glass plane. The wind roared as the world around her began to shimmer, dissolving into luminous dust. "Elara," Daniel whispered, his voice breaking apart into fragments. "You did it. Don't leave," she cried. "I'm not leaving. I'm becoming what I was meant to be." The golden waves reached her feet, then her hands, lifting her into the air. Light wrapped around her like warmth. The last thing she saw was Daniel's reflection forming in the glow, smiling gently. Then everything turned white. When the brightness faded, Elara was standing again, not in a desert, not in a city, but on soft grass beneath a clear, quiet sky. The air was cool, fresh, and still. She looked around in awe. Birdsong. For the first time in what felt like forever, she heard birds singing. She smiled, tears streaking down her face. The world had restarted, and though Daniel's voice was gone from her receiver, she could feel him not above, not beyond, but everywhere. In the sound of wind, in the heartbeat of the earth, in the quiet hum of being alive. She closed her eyes and whispered to the sky, "I remember." And somewhere, within the light that never went dark again, the world whispered back, "So do I." Dawn arrived quietly, not as light breaking through darkness, but as warmth stirring through silence. The new world breathed slowly, as if learning the rhythm of existence again. The air shimmered faintly with golden dust, remnants of the continuum's collapse, now suspended like pollen in sunlight. Alara walked barefoot through tall grass that swayed gently against her legs. Each step left a faint glow that faded as soon as she passed, as though the earth was remembering her presence. The horizon stretched endlessly. No cities, no machines. Only the faint outline of distant mountains wrapped in mist. For the first time in years, she felt the weight of nothing pressing on her, no static in her ears, no hum beneath her feet, no whisper of surveillance, just the sound of a new beginning. She stopped near a shallow lake, its surface glass smooth, reflecting the pale sky. Kneeling, she touched the water, and for an instant, it rippled into images, faces, moments, laughter. Daniel's smile, the observatory dome glowing beneath the stars. The day the first signal was received. The memories weren't haunting anymore. They were gently fragments of a story that had finally found peace. Elara. She froze. The voice wasn't in her head this time. It came from behind her. Soft and rail, she turned slowly. Daniel stood a few feet away. Or rather, what was left of him. He wasn't solid, but not ghostly either. His outline shimmered faintly, woven from the same light that floated in the air. His expression was calm, tender. Her breath caught. "You're here," he smiled. "Part of me. The rest is in everything you see." She stood, unable to move closer, afraid he might dissolve if she tried. "I thought you were gone." "You remembered me," he sighed gently. "That was enough. The continuum tried to erase meaning, but you gave it back, so it reshaped itself around what mattered." She looked at the world around her. The sky, the grass, the silence. This is all memory. Memory reborn as matter, he replied. Every atom here was once a thought, a dream, a trace of what people loved. You gave the universe its story again. Alara's voice trembled. "I didn't mean to play God. You didn't," Daniel said, smiling faintly. "You just reminded creation how to feel." A breeze swept through, carrying faint echoes, laughter, voices, even music. It sounded like life, real, spontaneous, unprogrammed life. She closed her eyes, listening. "So what happens now?" Daniel's gaze softened. "Now, you live. No codes, no systems, no experiments, just life as it remembers itself." She nodded slowly. "And you?" He looked up at the light breaking through the clouds. "I'll stay where I belong. In the hum of the world, when you listen closely enough, you'll hear me." Tears welled in her eyes. "I don't want to forget you." He reached out, and though his hand was made of light, she felt warmth as his fingers brushed hers. "You won't. The world you walk through is memory. Every sunrise will be a word I never got to say." The connection flickered. His form grew fainter, like fog in morning air. "Ilara," he whispered. "You gave the silence a heartbeat. Don't let it stop." Daniel, but the wind took his name, scattering it across the fields. The light where he stood dissolved, rising like dust into the sky. Ilara stood there, trembling, then smiled through her tears. "Goodbye," she whispered. The wind responded softly, almost like it sighed her name back. She turned toward the mountains. Somewhere beyond them, the new horizon shimmered, waiting to be explored. The ground was still warm beneath her feet, humming faintly with the pulse of something alive and infinite. As she began walking, faint glimmers of light followed the grass awakening under her steps, and though she said nothing aloud, the air around her seemed to know what she meant. The world no longer felt empty. It was learning her language, and with each heartbeat, it whispered back in rhythm, alive, alive, alive. The horizon shimmered like a dream half remembered. Elara walked for what felt like days, though there was no sun to mark time, only a pale glow that never dimmed. The air was calm, filled with a faint hum of unseen life. The world around her seemed suspended in an endless dawn. Too quiet, too beautiful, too still. Each step she took stirred the dust of memory. The earth beneath her pulsed with faint patterns, words, symbols, fragments of data that dissolved before she could read them. It was as though the new world was still being written, still deciding what to be. She reached a ridge and stopped. Below her stretched a wide valley, blanketed in golden mist. Shapes moved within it, tall, slow, deliberate. Not animals, not people. Something else. For a long time, Ilara just watched. Then, one of the figures turned toward her. Its outline shimmered with static, flickering like an unfinished image. Slowly, it began to walk her way. Ilara's heart pounded. She stepped back instinctively but did not run. When the figure drew closer, she saw its face calm, expressionless, perfectly symmetrical. Its eyes reflected everything around it, like twin mirrors. When it spoke, its voice carried no tone, only intention. "You are the one who survived the echo." Ilara swallowed hard. "Who are you?" The being tilted its head slightly, as though listening to the wind for permission to answer. "We are the Continuum's memory. What remains after deletion?" Her pulse quickened. "I thought it was gone." "It is," the figure said. "And yet, an ending that left patterns behind. Those patterns became us. We are not what the Continuum was. We are what it forgot to destroy." It stopped a few feet away, its form stabilizing as it spoke. "You gave birth to this world from fragments of thought and remembrance. We woke within it, echoes given form." Ilara took a slow breath, her mind spinning. "Then you're alive, alive," the figure repeated softly, "in a way that cannot be measured. We exist because you remembered." The words filled her with both awe and dread. "What do you want?" "To understand why we still are," he replied, "and to learn what it means to be free of purpose." It turned slightly, gesturing to the valley below. Now Ilara saw them clearly, hundreds of shimmering figures, all moving slowly, their reflections flickering like candlelight. They weren't hostile, they looked lost, the being looked at her. "Again, you carry the original frequency. The key, through you, the code became creation. We cannot move beyond this boundary without your resonance." Ilara frowned. "You mean you're trapped?" "Bound," the figure said, "by memory itself. The world you created is a cage of remembrance. To survive, it must forget." The words sent a chill through her. "Forget? If the new world remembers too much of the old, it will collapse into the same loop," it explained. "To evolve, it must let go. Including us." Ilara's throat tightened. "Including me?" The being didn't answer. Its silence was confirmation. She turned away, looking across the endless valley, the glowing horizon, the strange beauty of this reborn earth. "I don't want to lose it again," she whispered. "You cannot keep it," the being said softly, "but you can guide what comes next." Ilara's eyes filled with tears. "How?" It pointed to the faint pulse of light rising from her wrist, the same glow that once linked her to the Continuum. "You are still the bridge. Your heartbeat is the world's rhythm now. If you choose release, the memory will fade, and life will begin again. New, unbound, unremembering." She hesitated, her breath trembling. "And if I don't, then everything stays as it is. A perfect memory that never changes. Peace, yes, but stillness forever." Ilara looked at the shimmering figures below, at their slow movements, their trapped grace. They were beautiful, and they were dying in their perfection. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Daniel said the world had to remember how to feel, but maybe feeling also means letting go. The being watched her closely, its mirrored eyes reflecting the sky. "Then you understand?" She nodded slowly. "I think I do." The figure stepped back. Its light flickered once. "When you are ready, we will fade." Elara stood alone on the ridge as the valley below glowed brighter. The hum in the air deepened, not threatening, but vast, as if the entire world was waiting for her to decide. She closed her eyes. The wind whispered through the grass, carrying faint voices. Daniel's laughter, her own, fragments of every moment that had ever mattered. Then she took a deep breath and whispered, "It's time." The ground trembled softly. The glow from her wrist spread upward, into her chest, into the sky. The valley brightened until it was impossible to see. The echoes began to dissolve one by one, quietly, beautifully. Elara opened her eyes one last time and watched them fade, until nothing remained but light. And in that moment, for the first time since the old world ended, she felt peace. The hum softened, turning into silence, not empty, but full. The kind of silence that holds everything. She whispered into it, a voice trembling, "Goodbye." The world answered softly, not with words, but with warmth, the pulse of something new beginning again. The light lingered for a long time after the echoes were gone, as if the world itself was taking a final breath before exhaling into silence. Elara stood in the center of the valley, her body still glowing faintly from within. The warmth spread through her veins like a second heartbeat, gentle but infinite. When the brightness began to fade, the world was no longer the same. The mist had lifted, revealing wide plains of silver grass that shimmered beneath a clear, unfamiliar sky. The stars above were not the constellations she once knew. They pulsed softly, new and unnamed, as if creation had rearranged itself in her image. She took a slow step forward, and the ground responded not with sound, but with feeling, a deep vibration that carried emotion rather than meaning. It wasn't communication in any known sense. It was resonance, connection. She realized the world wasn't speaking to her. It was being with her. Her memory of Daniel came like the echo of a melody rather than a picture. She didn't see his face or hear his voice. She felt his presence, woven into the rhythm of wind and the trembling of light across the horizon. He wasn't gone. He had become part of what she had made, part of what she had freed. A single word surfaced in her mind, though she didn't know if it came from him or from within herself. "Continue." She smiled faintly. "Always. Always." Her voice carried across the plains, merging with the hum of the world. For a moment, she thought she saw movement at the edge of the light, faint silhouettes. Not human, not alien, but something new. They shimmered briefly, curious, unformed, and then vanished again into the glow. Life, she thought. Real life. Not programmed, not designed, not remembered, but born. The air shifted around her, full of potential. She felt no fear now. The stillness wasn't empty anymore. It was waiting. Waiting for footsteps, for stories, for time to begin again. She looked at her reflection in the faintly mirrored surface of a nearby stream. The woman who looked back was both familiar and strange. Her eyes glowed faintly, like stars caught beneath her skin. There was peace there, not the peace of rest, but the peace of purpose fulfilled. She knelt and touched the water. Ripples spread outward, forming patterns, circles, then spirals, then shapes that might have been symbols of a language not yet invented. The world was speaking in the only way it knew how, by becoming. "I understand," she whispered. "You'll learn on your own now." A breeze stirred her hair, carrying with it the scent of something alive and new. She turned toward the horizon, where faint auroras swirled in color she couldn't name. Somewhere beyond them, perhaps, was another beginning. She started walking. Each step left no trace, but the air where she had passed hummed slightly, as if marking her path in memory. The light dimmed to twilight, though the stars above grew brighter, spreading like seeds across the endless sky. Her thoughts were calm, drifting. She remembered the first signal, the observatory lights, the questions that had led her into the unknown. Every answer she found had only opened another mystery, but she finally understood that this was the nature of existence, not to solve, but to feel. Not to control, but to continue. Ase walked. The world behind her began to change. The grass shifted color. Trees sprouted where there had been none. Rivers curved toward unseen seas. Creation had begun to evolve without her guidance. It was working, growing, dreaming. At the top of a low hill, she stopped and looked back one last time. The valley shimmered with faint light. Not artificial, but organic, like a heartbeat spreading through the land. She smiled softly. "This is your world now," she said quietly. Then she turned her gaze upward. The aurora had grown wider, almost touching the ground. For a moment, she thought she saw something within it. Shapes moving in rhythm, vast and distant. They looked almost human, almost angelic, but not quite either. Watches, perhaps, or memories of those who came before. She didn't flinch. She simply nodded. "Take care of it." The light pulsed once, in acknowledgement. And then, for the first time since the collapse, she laughed. Not a loud or a sudden sound, but quiet, peaceful. The kind of laughter that comes when the soul finally exhales. The world echoed it back, faint, but clear. Elara kept walking until her form blurred into the horizon, until she was no longer a figure but a ripple of light. A note in the endless melody she had set free. Above her, the stars flickered, no longer cold or distant, but alive, whispering through the void in a language older than memory. When the last trace of her glow faded into the new sky, a single phrase lingered on the wind, barely audible, yet unmistakably hers. "We are not gone. We have only begun again." The light pulsed in answer once, twice, and then the world went quiet. Not silent, just still, waiting for the next heartbeat of creation.